in this year's draft. And we are live on Restream now, by the way. So, you know, the other thing about the MLB draft is each team only has 3 minutes to pick. So it is faster than the NBA draft. So what are you hearing, Joey? Oh, okay. I'll put my I put you on the iPad. Can you hear me now? I hope that's the pick. Like, Condon and Bazzana would both get an A+ from me. I'd probably give Caglianone an A. I don't know what grade I'd give Weatherholt. So I don't know if that'll be the pick. As I was saying before you a few minutes ago, Major League Baseball draft totally unpredictable. That's why I haven't leaked the first pick yet. 5 minutes or so. Yeah, I'm hearing over the last 5 minutes or so, a lot of people from a lot of channels are saying Charlie Condon. And if you have that many legitimate channels saying Charlie Condon, I gotta have to say it's speculation, but it's pretty good speculation. It is. And it's just been weird this year because ESPN flip-flop from Weatherholt to Bazzana. MLB Network flip-flop from Bazzana to Weatherholt. Weatherholt had the most money bet on him, and Condon had the most individual bets placed on him. But Bazzana was the favorite. Bazzana was at -200 today, and then Weatherholt became the favorite around 4 or 5 p.m. this afternoon. So that's just that's the crazy part. Came to the plate, no matter whether it was your team or not, he was calling up everybody he knew and saying, you gotta tune in, even if it's against your team, to watch this guy, because something special was going to happen, and he probably wasn't going to get out. And when somebody says that, you gotta take that into. I think Condon's got the highest ceiling. I think Bazzana's got the best floor. So if you're picking at 1, you got to take one of those 2 players unless number 1 overall, he will surpass Jeff Tiger, whatever, however you pronounce it, number 5 overall in 1980 is the highest rated player in the history of the Georgia Bulldogs. Okay, JJ Cooper tweeted 5 minutes ago, nothing where I could say it's 100% certain, but hearing from sources that Travis Bazzana of the Guardians at 1v1 has a lot of momentum within the last hour. JJ Cooper's the Baseball America draft insider. He's the insider for Baseball America, one of the top websites in the country for baseballs. Very good score. So again, a lot of good scores from Condon, and one incredibly good score, probably the best in the business, saying Bazzana. So, I mean, that just tells me it's either going to be Condon or Bazzana. And Ari Snydenberg is saying that sources are telling me that the Guardians are drafting Condon at 1. So we have multiple. I'm not going to post the pick until it's official, but there's a lot of traction for Bazzana and Condon as of now. And the Reds fans are pissed off because they want Bazzana and Condon. They want their pick between the 2. They want the Guardians to screw this up, but I just don't think they're going to. It is. Interesting. Bayron Sandoval. He's a Spanish insider for the Cleveland Guardians. He says, I think it's crazy. Condon signs as the #1 pick under slot value, saving for the next rounds. And he's in the major leagues this year. And Will Brennan moves to center fielder. So he's saying we will have Quan, Brennan, and Condon in the outfield for the playoffs. That is what Bayron Sandoval. He is a Spanish insider for the Guardians. Yeah. How about them apples, Joey? Spanish insiders. You rarely get that on the podcast, but yeah. That's pretty impressive that I pulled that off. I actually got a tweet from a Spanish insider. Like, that's a first on the podcast. And the Guardians, they have the Reds are on deck. Yeah, the Reds are on deck. They have a fridge in their war room. That's a first. The Reds putting a refrigerator in their war room. That is a legitimate first. I don't think I've ever seen an MLB team, NFL, NHL, or NBA team put a refrigerator in their war room. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I think it's kind of cool, but I also think it's kind of funny.
I think it's awesome. Okay, you know, when you are ready to go and you are like, we got this. Hey, so much for you put a fridge in your war room. And I hope there is beer in there, and I hope that you get a really good freaking Coke. Because that is confident, and I love it. I absolutely love it. So, major kudos to the Reds. That's awesome.
The Cleveland Guardians pick is in, but we do not know who it is yet because MLB Network decided to go to a commercial break. And what a way to start the draft. Sin City Roto is saying it's Bazzana. Philly Critic is saying it is Weatherholt, but there's a 3 in the Philly Freaks account. There's a 3 in it, so I don't know if that is legitimate. Joe Doyle saying Weatherholt will not go #1. Joe Doyle is a pretty credible insider, so I would agree with that. It's not Condon or Burns. It's not Condon or Burns, according to Doyle. So I think it's not Weatherholt, apparently. So I would think that means Bazzana's going to go #1, but it's not. Hasn't been announced yet. MLB Network still in a commercial, and this is just. I got to deduct points from MLB Network because even the MLS draft didn't go to a commercial break when the team with the #1 pick, the Toronto FC, was on the clock. So it's like, you know, this is not a good way to start a draft, MLB. I mean, I'm tempted to turn the channel to ESPN. I really am. Because this is just... It's, okay.
So basically, the Guardians put it in early. Major League Baseball next month.
Yeah, MLS never went to a commercial during their super draft, and they have like a 30-minute pre-draft show when the draft is supposed to start. Yeah. Bazzana is the pick. According to Will Dodge, Bazana is reported to be the number 1 pick for the Guardians. And there is a Guardian logo next to Bazana. Izad Earl data prospect saying breaking Bazana is official.
I was just looking at it. I have not seen that.
Sean Palmer Designs has reported it's Bazana. So we got 3 sources saying Travis Bazana is the pick. I'm at the point where I'm ready to type Travis Bazana into the list, but I'll wait until MLB and Network officially announces it before getting the grade and write-up up. I'll wait, because it's not really, and he's walking out of the Cowboys' den. It does look like a cowboy den where cowboys would just hang out, drink beer. I figured as much. I didn't want to jump the gun there. When 3 sources are tweeting something, 9 times out of 10, it's true.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you jump the gun and they do baseball,
and you're wrong, not only do you have to restart the pick, you get roasted by Joey for comedic purposes. So I avoid both of those things. Yeah, I'm going to give the Guardians an A+ grade. They took the number 1 player on my board, Bazana. I kind of had a feeling this was going to be the pick the entire time. But it's great how the sports betting books tried to trick people into betting on Weatherholt. And I think they did that because the most money was placed on Weatherholt. The most individual bets were placed on Condon because he had the lowest odds of going number 1. I'm going to give the Guardians an A+ because I have a 79 floor grade on Bazana. And I also have a 75 floor grade on Caglione and a 71 on Condon, but I have a 96 potential on Condon and a 95 on Caglione. There's a bunch of players I have 95 potentials on, but they're all like 4 or 5 year type projects. Whereas I think Bazana can help the Guardians right now as early as September, maybe, and as late as June. I think the timeline is anywhere from September of this year to June of next year in 2025, second week of June. That's the timeline for Bazana.
but here's the thing, Chris. With Bazana, he is as athletic and as strong as a batter as you'll find. He's not as special with the bat as Condon, but he can throw right or left. He hits left-handed, I believe. That's left-handed, throws right-handed, technically.
I believe Condon will be a red because the Reds are looking at Bazana and Condon. They were just waiting to see if the Guardians were going to take either one at 1. I have enough data to believe that Charlie Condon will be the second pick. Should I update that to the site now? Or wait? Yeah, so you could see the Guardians pick on the live stream. It's basically the same lengthy write-up I posted for the mock draft. I just copied and pasted it. My player comp is Chase Utley. Chase Utley is my comp. And here's another thing. Stephen Kwan, he mentored Bazana when he was at Oregon State. Stephen Kwan mentored Bazana. He gave him tips on how to swing with the bat. He gave Rushman tips. So there's already rapport between Kwan and Bazana. I think that may have played a role into this as well. I believe Charlie Condon's going to be the number 2 pick. I'm typing in Condon right now on Twitter to make sure it is Condon. Reds Daily has reported Charlie Condon is the pick. So that's official now. Thank you, Reds Daily, for leaking these picks and ruining things for the fans. You guys are not assholes. Now, if the Reds decide to pivot, go to their fridge, drink a beer, and draft Weatherholt, then yeah, the Reds are assholes for doing that. But I don't think the Reds are that dumb. I think the Reds know what they're doing. And I have Condon going to the Reds as a third baseman, with the Reds' third baseman set to be a 2027 UFA. And I think Condon could be up in the majors by 2026. That is a surprise. Chase Burns at number 2. I'm glad we didn't listen to Reds Daily. I wonder if Beavis and Butthead are in the Reds war room. Let's take Chase Burns at number 2. Burns, fire, fire! I mean, there were mocks that had Burns at number 3, but Burns and Rhett Lauder were Rhett Lauder went to Wake Forest for 3 years, whereas Burns, I don't know what grade to give this, because I do have mixed feelings on the pick. I don't hate the pick, but I do have mixed feelings about the pick. And this is why you don't leak picks early, because this is why you do not leak picks early, guys. I don't know what grade to give this, because
here's the thing. I don't know if this never happened before. Alex Bonanza, birthplace Australia. Chase Burns, birthplace Italy.
that has never happened.
That's a hell of a stat you got going on.
That is a hell of a stat. But I'm guessing this is an underslot deal. I'm guessing that's partially why the Reds took him. I mean, I could be wrong on this, but I'm looking at the Reds at 2 before I post my grade for Chase Burns. I'm looking at what the Reds have in their rotation. They do have Hunter Green, Nick Lodolo, Graham Ashcraft, Andrew Abbott. So they have 4 decent starters, and they have Frankie Montas, a former Yankee. And that's the thing. So they have 4 good starters. They don't have that number 5 guy now. They have that number 5 guy. So.
Well, the thing is here, both the top 2 picks are 4-year juniors, and both are from either Asia or Europe. That's just, to me, that's freaking awesome. And insane at the same time, but it's freaking awesome. And
So look at the Reds rotation. The Reds have Hunter Green, Nick Lodolo, and Graham Ashcraft, who led the innings, in Graham Ashcraft and Andrew Abbott. So they have 4 starters, and then they have Rhett Lauder, as well as now Chase Burns, the number 2 pick in the draft. They have 6 different pitchers. But with Nick Lodolo on IL, if he has injury issues, you have that 6th guy. So if one of your pitchers is injured, no problem. And you have 4 first-round picks in your rotation now. 4. Hunter Green, Lodolo, Rhett Lauder, Chase Burns. So you do have a lot of stability in the rotation. I don't know what grade I should give this. I'm going to copy the Chase Burns write-up and paste it. And don't worry, guys, I'm not going to fall too far behind. I just don't know what grade I should give this. Joey, what?
I don't really know either because, well, there's definitely a guy that.
He supplanted 2 Friday night starters. One of those guys was Chase Dollinger at Tennessee, And the other was Josh Hartle, who entered the year as the #1 starter for Wake Forest.
What I will say is that put Colorado in an interesting position. Because the best hitter probably over the last 5 years, or they can go with pitching, which is made easier from the last week because that was the best pitcher in the draft.
I think Hagen Smith was the best pitcher in the draft, and I don't even think he's the best. I don't even think he's the best overall player. So I think the best I could give this is an A-. The worst I could give this is a B. The worst I could give this is a B, like a flat B. So that averages out to a B+ for the Reds. Condon to the Rockies at 3. Yeah. It is Condon. It's official. MLB Network has officially confirmed it's Condon.
I was getting another beer, so I couldn't look at the website. So I was having to deal with those two. It was in right on the first. They've been right on the first 3 picks. So they're right on the first 3 picks. Give the benefit of the doubt. Keep them going.
Yeah. So Chase Burns, I'm going to give that a B+. And the best grade you can give Chase Burns. The Rockies are getting an A+ for Charlie Condon, by the way. So just for anybody on our audience who's confused.
Yeah, and I have a feeling Condon and Bonanza are going to be.
Condon is going to be an automatic A+ for the Rockies because, yeah. So I'm going to give the Reds a B+, and then we'll get the Rockies at 3 up, and that's just going to be an A+. I'm going to try to keep the write-up as brief and as simple as possible for the Rockies. But yeah, that is going to be because Reds Daily kind of tried to leak the pick early, and they were wrong. I don't know where Charlie Condon will play on the Rockies, but I'm going to list him as a third baseman for now, since the Rockies do have Chris Bryant at first baseman. I'm just going to list him at third baseman and just copy and paste as much of the pick as possible and give the Rockies an A+. That's really all I can do here. Time is of the essence. And for anyone in our audience wondering, yeah, so the Chase Burns pick is up on the site, guys. I can do that. I am scrolling through it as quickly as possible here. But yeah, the Reds, what do you think of their rotation, Joey? Talk about that. They've got Hunter Green, Nick Lodolo, 2019 first-round pick. Hunter Green, #2 pick in 2017. Graham Ashcraft, who's been the #2 starter when Lodolo's injured. Andrew Abbott, he was 4-0 with a 1.21 ERA in 2023. And now you also have Rhett Lauder and Chase Burns. So you have 6 different potential starting pitchers, 4 of them being first-round picks.
Cincinnati. You've got a lot of prospects. You got a lot of young guys. the Reds are going to have to develop these guys. They're going to have to start bringing some of them up. Because, let's face it, let's look at it. Like the Oakland A's, the next pick, these guys are getting ready. They're developing guys right now. And they're doing a good job. I've seen a couple of these teams. They're doing a good job of developing guys. White Sox, number 5. They're developing guys. They got some work to do. But they got some guys that make you sit back and say, these guys are on our way. Kansas City, I've seen 3 games. They're up and going. Oh, and guess what? The A's just picked, and they got Kurtz. First baseman, I wait for it.
Nick Kurtz is my favorite player in this draft from a pure ceiling standpoint. He is my favorite player in the draft. But they have a first baseman they drafted in the 2020 MLB draft. So I'm kind of curious what the thought process here is going to be. But Nick Kurtz, I do love this pick. But I'm just not sure. He is. He was my preseason number 1 pick. My comp for him was Mark McGwire with the defense of Keith Hernandez. That's my comp for Nick Kurtz. So this is my favorite player from an upside standpoint. So this is going to be an A+ for the Athletics. Yeah.
Okay, he's already got a massive amount of power. He's already a very good hitter. Guess what?
They have Tyler Soderstrom, but I think Kurtz is a higher ceiling. But Soderstrom can be the stopgap while Kurtz develops in the minors.
Yeah, or Kurtz, if the rest of the season in the minors, give up next year as an EA. Because he's only got the hitting, but if he has the muscle, who knows if he'll have the flexibility to play first. But if he can hit,
Tyler Soderstrom's on the IL too at the moment.
yeah, so that might also get into it. And the thing is, his power isn't just one area. Not like he hits the center field or he hits everywhere on power. Okay? And he has great play physics where he has 78 walk rights. That's Division 1. So he's got great play physics. So if you have amazing power, you can hit anywhere, and you've got great play physics, you'll probably be up before the playoffs as a.
The Athletics aren't going to rush him up because they have Soderstrom and they're relocating to Las Vegas. They're probably going to trade Soderstrom in a few years and then bring Kurtz up once he's developed some in the minors. That's probably what they're going to do, knowing how cheap the Athletics are.
What they're hoping to do, at least what I would do with them, I would bring them up every now and then, once a year maybe, for a 15, 20 game stretch, let them get used to the game, send them back there to AAA, and then when he comes up and just blows the roof off, just leave them up. It's like, remember, designate these guys up and down. You know, you can't do it all the time, but you can do it as necessary. Why not do it with a guy that's going to be potentially your entire franchise going forward? The centerpiece of your franchise.
I agree. And it's a good thought process to have. So every player that has every team except the Reds is an A+ grade, and the White Sox pick is in. I'm guessing it's here at 5. And for our audience wondering, okay, Nick Kurtz
I got the write-up up for Nick Kurtz, so you can see that on the live stream while Hagen Smith. So all the MLB Network, the White Sox had their scouts tell White Sox podcast and Jim Callis of MLB Network that they're taking a batter at 5, but they end up taking Hagen Smith at 5 instead. So they basically lied to the media and took Hagen Smith. I don't blame them. They need a pitcher. Outside of Crochet, they don't really have anyone in their rotation since they traded Cease away. I don't blame them for picking Hagen Smith here. This is the best pitcher in the draft, in my opinion. I think this is a good pick for the White Sox.
I'm not opposed to it because the Sox only have one really good pitcher as a starter. You got a pretty good pitcher.
And they might trade him at the deadline. That's the thing, because there's a lot of Orioles, Guardians, Yankees fans saying we are willing to pay a premium to get Crochet, but he's not even in arbitration yet. So the White Sox shouldn't even entertain the idea of moving him yet. But this is the MLB. Whenever a star player is on a shitty team, there are rumors about him, even if he doesn't get moved. Even if he's not an unrestricted free agent, there's rumors about him. That's just how it works in baseball now, because people want something to talk about.
I don't think he gets traded because Chicago is not a small market.
And they traded their number 1 starter, Dylan Cease, at the beginning of the year. So if they trade another number 1 starter that emerged, that's just not smart business.
So I don't necessarily like the pick. I think they should have gone with another hitter. But at the same time, I cannot blame them because they do need a big-time pitcher, and especially a lefty. You know, he can bring mismatches too. So, I mean, I can't argue against it, but at the same time, it makes sense. He's a talented player, but he just won't be my.
I think Hagen Smith needs at least 2 years in the minors, but I think he can be the number 1 or number 2 starter by 2026. If Crochet gets traded. If he doesn't, he's a good number 2 to Crochet. Just depends.
I will say this. I really love his hair. Take that as you will. I love his hair.
And I'm looking at my notes on the White Sox here at 5. I'm looking at what I have them doing. They do have some guys. I just I don't exactly know what direction the franchise is going to go in, because they really don't. And this is the thing. White Sox, they're going to sell you bullshit.
They're going to say bullshit. I'm going to tell you what I've seen. They are a team that has a lot of offensive potential.
They do.
They show one game, and the next game you'll not see it. They're inconsistent as hell. Pitching, they have a very good bullpen, but they only have one great starter. They need another great starter, but then they got their number 4 or 5 starter. If they move their 2 or 3 guys back, they need great 3. They need great 4 or 5 starters. They have the building block.
Yeah. I'm going to give the White Sox an A+ grade here, because this was the best pitcher in the draft for me. So I really don't have an issue with it. 5. Yeah. Royals pick is in. I think this is Jack Caglione, the Florida first baseman, but I don't know. I have not read the tweet. It is. Caglione is off the board. What an excellent pick for the Royals. I didn't think he'd make it to 6, but that is a great pickup for the Royals. With Nick Pratto getting demoted to the minor leagues, that is a perfect fit for the Royals. Jack Caglione at 6, that's a perfect fit. So Caglione is going to be a Royal. Jack Caglione. Kansas City Royals. So yeah, Caglione, the Florida first baseman, he is a Royal.
I'm not really sure with any of the teams. Because let's face it, Kansas City, much like the Guardians, Kansas City should not be picking this high if they're too dang good.
The lottery. The MLB does 6 lottery draws. The Reds won 82 games last year, and they got the second pick in the draft. That's how the lottery works, Joey. A team that misses the playoffs can move into the lottery. There's 6 lottery draws. That's how they. That's what.
That's why I don't have a problem with this pick, because they throw him down in the minors for a couple of years. They get a start coming up.
I think Caglione's the one other player besides Bazzana that could come up to the MLB this year. I think he's more likely to come up in 25 or 26. I think that's how you get the most out of him, but I'd have to give the Royals an A+ here because Caglione is my number 1 player on the board.
He's the one that yesterday I said the one trick pony, but he's so good at the one trick that it's like Randy Moss. It's so good at the one trick, it's like the rest of the shit don't matter. Because you're gonna blow the roof off with your back.
I gave him a floor grade of 75, which is 4 points higher than Condon and 4 points lower than Bazzana. So I do love this fit for the Royals. And Caglione was my preseason number 2 player behind Nick Kurtz back in January. So I do love the fit for the Royals.
It's a great fit for him.
They needed a first baseman, and they got their guy.
Yeah, they need a first baseman, but in my opinion, he may not even be a great first baseman. But I can guarantee he's going to be a great DH. So there's no downside there.
I mean, look at the Royals. They have Vinny Pasquantino, who has 11 home runs at first base, but Pasquantino's got the versatility to play first base as well as DH. They can move Pasquantino over to DH when Adam Frazier's contract is up in 2026 because Adam Frazier's the current DH on the Royals. I think they are going to put one of those two, Pasquantino or Caglione, at first base. There's also the possibility that, Caglione comes in and replaces Frazier as the DH and they keep the lineup, everything else the same. That's also a possibility. So either way you look at this.
I don't think he's a great first baseman, but if you're looking for a guy to come in as your number 4 hitter and you're confident enough that one of the first 3 guys get on base.
Because when I mocked Nick Kurtz at 6, I said he's a pure first baseman, but the Royals have a first baseman that can play DH, and they can move him over to DH if Nick Kurtz is there. But Caglione, you can use him as a pitcher or a batter. I think the Royals are going to use him as a batter, and I think they're going to move Pasquantino over to DH in 2026. But they can go either way, really. With Adam Frazier, the DH, set to be UFA, they can go either way.
I played first base, and I had 0 errors at first base. He is not a pure first baseman. He's a decent first baseman, but he's a better fielder.
He improved his fielding percentage from 979 his first 2 years to 990 this year. So
He's good. Like I said, he's a good first baseman, but he's not a pure first baseman. He's not going to get out there, and reach out and stand there to do the split and get a short hopper. He's not going to be able to bend and do all these things that a pure first baseman would. put Fred McGriff or some of the best first basemen over the last 30 years. He is not that. But if you put him at DH, he's got big pockets as a DH. So would you rather have an average
I'm listing him as a first baseman because that's technically the position he plays right now, but he could move to DH because Adam Frazier, Royals DH, who's a 2026 UFA, is the only upcoming UFA for the Royals. So that's just something to look at when assessing the Royals. He could move to DH. I'm not, but I'm going to list him as a first baseman on the website for now. And J.J. Weatherholt is a Cardinal. Interesting. Cardinals really need pitching. Outside of Sonny Gray, they don't have much, and they take J.J. Weatherholt at 7. The worst I can give this is a B grade because he is in my top 10, but I think he's the worst player in the entire top 10. I think Christian Moore's got a higher ceiling, Tennessee second baseman. I think Trey Savage has a higher ceiling. I'm looking at my board here, looking at what's available here, but I think most of the top guys, I had Kurtz at 4, I had J.J. Weatherholt at 5, and I had Braden Montgomery, the Texas A&M right fielder. So I think you can argue anywhere from a B to an A grade for Weatherholt, but not an A plus. It's not an A plus for me. J.J. Weatherholt is a Cardinal, Joey.
In a Cardinals uniform. I have heard he can stop the move. That he's the most talented player in this draft, even though I don't believe it. There's something there. But at the same time,
like, I'm not going to, if the Guardians had taken him at 1, I would have given it a C or a C minus. I'm not going to give the Cardinals a C grade. I'm going to give him as a B. The highest I'd give him as an A. I'm still just kind of undecided. It's like the Chase Burns pick at 2.
well, because there's no reason that many people should say he's the best player in the draft. Even if I don't feel that he is nowhere close to the best player in the draft. There's no reason that many people should think he is, unless there's something there. He has the potential to be the best Cardinal shortstop since Augie Smith.
I have him listed as a second baseman, but he can play shortstop too. I'm not sure if the Cardinals need a second baseman or a shortstop more, to be completely honest. You want me to look at the roster really quickly and try to make that assessment before the number 8 pick comes in? Yeah, he is. I love the cowboy hat. So he trades in his cowboy hat for a Cardinal hat here at number 7. Okay, so right now, Nolan Gorman is the second baseman on the Cardinals. Nolan Gorman was a player I liked. He was in the 2018 MLB draft, and the Cardinals took him 19th overall. I was a big Nolan Gorman fan, so he is the second baseman. Right now, the shortstop on the Cardinals is Mason Wynn. Mason Wynn is a 22-year-old second-round pick in the 2020 MLB draft. So, honestly, I don't know if there's even going to be room for Weatherholt on this roster, because unless Gorman or Wynn regresses, I just don't know if there's going to be room for him right now, to be completely honest. But Nolan Gorman, he's got 17 home runs, but he's only batting .206. He's only batting .206, but he does have 17 home runs so far this season, and I do think he's a good power hitter for the Cardinals.
If you're a good power hitter, guess what? He ain't.
Yeah.
When you're saying there's 32 teams, the gloves are off, dude. You want to get batting percentage, but you can hit him with DH.
Who's the DH? Matt Carpenter. That's interesting. Matt Carpenter's getting older. Matt Carpenter is the Cardinals DH, but I'm pretty sure Matt Carpenter is one of the older players in the league. He is 38. Yeah, so that's probably what the thought process is. They're probably going to move Nolan Gorman to DH, and they're going to make Weatherholt the second baseman. That's probably the thought process, but it's hard to say.
And that's the thing. Once they extended the DH, they went to use the new strategy to look at. I'm at a loss. Because now you don't draft players for a position that are great hitters. You draft players that are great hitters with the thought process of DH, or we can put him in this position and this great hitter that may not live up in other areas, percentage, whatever, but maybe hit a lot of home runs or whatever. You're in the DH, and slot you in there. That's just when they send the DH Cody Duke, they open that whole Pandora's box.
I'm sure the Pirates fans are pissed off that the Cardinals drafted J.J. Weatherholt because he went to Mars High School. He grew up in Pittsburgh, and now he's a Cardinal, and he's a Ravens fan. So
I did hear that the Pirates were looking at Weatherholt pretty freaking heavily. So I'm pretty sure they're not happy about that.
So you're hearing the Zach Jaloff is my player comp for J.J. Weatherholt, which isn't a bad player comp. Jaloff was a 2021 second-round pick and still made the majors. So, yeah, give the Cardinals a B+, and I'll update the website so you can see the write-up. You can see everything we're doing here, and then the Angels of pick will be in just like that.
Oh, you don't want to see me at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just fixing some stuff here. Braden Montgomery's still on the board, the right fielder for Texas A&M. He took Stanford and Texas A&M to the College World Series in back-to-back years, my number 4 player. I'm surprised he hasn't been picked yet. And it is Christian Moore. I mocked Christian Moore to the Angels at 8 in a shock value pick. And Christian Moore is the selection. Christian Moore, I think, is a better second baseman than I do. I think Christian Moore is a better second baseman than J.J. Weatherholt. So this is going to be an A+ for me. And all I literally have to do is copy and paste the pick. Since I've got 3 picks correct so far. I think I had the most accurate MLB mock in 22 and 23. I'm not counting, but I think I've got 2 picks correct so far. And the top 8, which is pretty good considering what a crapshoot the MLB is.
Look, let's face it. Tennessee was a juggernaut. And he is part of that. The big thing to me about him is not his 34 home runs. It's not any of that crap. It's a leading division over for those 11 games. That shows that you can put the ball in play, you can move players over, you can game out the eyes. When you're getting hit, that tells me, like the Guardians leadoff pair, they were talking about him potentially getting 400. We don't think he is, but he's probably going to end up in the upper 360s. What's the big thing with him? He took it out of the ball to the point that he gets paid in simply because he can.
And the Angels have done this the last 2 years. The Angels have both their 22 and 23 first-round picks in the MLB. Zach Geloff, Nolan Schnabel. Nolan Schnabel got called up to the majors before Paul Skeens last year, if you remember. And the Angels are the type of team, they love to draft these guys and reload their infield in the draft, and they're pretty good at it. So I'm going to give them an A+. And I can't believe I got that pick right, because I was one of the few people that said, won't matter. Christian Moore, he fills a need, and I could see him coming up next year as the Angels' starting second baseman. So that's a great pick for the Angels. And now the Pirates are on the clock at number 9. The Pittsburgh Pirates. What is my city going to do here? And they've crushed it in the draft the last few years. I would think Braden Montgomery, the right fielder from Texas A&M, would be the pick, but Pirates have a few needs. Number 5 starting pitcher, first baseman, and a designated hitter for when McCutchen. If McCutchen stays, they don't have to take a DH. They can take their time with whoever. But I would think Braden Montgomery is the clear-cut pick here, since I mocked him to the Athletics at 4. But we really haven't had any reaches, Joey. Most of the players that I expected to be picked have gone. And basically, Braden Montgomery and Trey Savage are the only 2 players in my top 10 still on the board. According to Joe Doyle, the pick is in. Connor Griffin, the high school outfielder that was the number 1 high school batter for most of the draft process, is the Pirates' pick at 9. That is official, according to Joe Doyle, and Robert Murray's reporting the same thing. And MLB Network still says the Pirates are on the clock, even though that has been debunked by social media. So they needed an outfielder.
Well, I said it best when I said the Pirates have learned from the Guardians probably better than any team in Major League Baseball in making sure your best, making sure your farm league, your minor league team are better than anybody else, and moving those guys up when the other guys go. And I think this is a reach.
I don't. I'm of the opposite thinking. I'm thinking the lowest grade I'd give this is an A-. The best grade I give this is an A+.
Here's the thing. I think it's a reach, but because of how the Pirates are building their franchise, minor league to professional, I don't think it's a bad pick. I think he's going to start out in Double-A. I think he's going to be in Double-A for a few years. He's already, considered the best hitter in high school sports, in high school baseball. Put him in Double-A for a couple of years. Then they're going to bring him up. I don't think this is a bad pick because of.
If they move O'Neal Cruz, their shortstop, to designated hitter when McCutchen becomes a UFA, they can just bring this guy up to shortstop and reload. And MLB has Connor Griffin listed as a shortstop, despite the fact that he played center fielder in high school. So I think that's another interesting development as well.
I've got a shortstop outfielder on Major League Baseball. He's 18. I think he's going to have 3 years in the minors. 3-4 years in the minors, which is fine for a player like him and for the way the Pirates are working their organization.
There were only 3 teams looking at Connor Griffin, because the 2 high school batters, Bryce Rayner and Connor Griffin, 7 out of 10 teams had Rayner ahead of Griffin on their boards. The 3 that had Griffin ahead were the White Sox at 5, the Guardians at 1, and the Pirates at 9. And the Pirates end up taking the first high school batter at 9.
Because their minor league, they build their entire franchise through their minor league, and they will plan 3, 4, 5 years ahead. And they are the 3 best franchises, in my opinion, when it comes to doing this. That's why I don't have a problem with this pick, because I think the Pirates have a pure plan. They have a solid plan.
I'm gonna give this an A, but not an A+. I think it's a little bit of a reach, but I don't hate the pick. I don't hate the value of the pick.
I just have faith in the Pirates organization. I think the Guardians started something that the Pirates have really taken and done a very good job with when it comes to building through their minor league. And the Yankees were always great at that. So I have faith in the Pirates organization.
And Ben Cherington's drafted well for like 5 years in a row. He's earned the benefit of the doubt, Joey. He has. I mean, 5 years in a row from 2020 to 2024 since taking over for Neil Huntington. He's drafted well. I had Nick Gonzalez as the number 1 player on the board in 2020. And then the 2 other guys they got in the first, second rounder in the MLB, Henry Davis, they took him number 1 overall. I still think Davis can turn things around despite being in AAA. They got Termar Johnson. He was great in the showcase game yesterday. And, you know, that Skeens has kicked ass in the majors. So I trust the Pirates. I trust Cherington. He's had 5 good drafts in a row. And when you have that many good drafts in a row, you get the benefit of the doubt. You've earned the benefit of the doubt. Doesn't mean you're going to always have the benefit of the doubt, but at that point,
arguably right now, you can make the argument that he is the best in the business at drafting prospects.
because he was on the Red Sox. People forget he was on the Red Sox for 2 years, and he was also with Toronto as well. So he does, and he worked under Theo Epstein, I believe, as like an assistant GM when Epstein was on the Red Sox, as like the director of scouting when the Red Sox won those World Series in 04 and 07. And don't get me started on the 2007 Cleveland Indians, Joey. Do not get me started on that, because I honestly believe if the Indians had beaten the Red Sox in 07, they would have won the World Series and beaten the Rockies with that 3-1 lead against the Red Sox. Because the Rockies were the National League champion, but they were a weak National League champion. I think the Yankees or the Indians would have beaten them regardless of how the AL shook up. I mocked Seaver King to the Nationals back in January. I don't hate this pick. I'm not going to give it an A+ because I have him at 14 now, but I'll give it an A because I had Seaver King to the Nationals at 10 back in January. So actually really good value here.
I'm not sure how to think about this.
The Nationals need a second baseman, and I love the fit. That's really... He can play shortstop, too.
Yeah, I think he plays shortstop as well. He is a great utility player. He's older compared to some of the players, 21 years old. Okay, I love that. He's an older guy. He's got more experience. But he is he's not ready to play. He's solid all the way around. But dude, he is so darn good in the field. in the minor leagues. I think he has spent 4 or 5 years working on his offensive game because his offensive game is nothing great.
Yeah, so basically I just took the write-up I made from January where I had I had Seaver King going to the Nationals at 10 and copied and pasted because I never refreshed the code from January's mock under the source code. So I was able to just copy and paste it right up and bam, it's up just like that. I was too quick.
He was also in Wake Forest, so he played pretty good competition.
So Wake Forest had 3 top 10 picks this year, and the 3 guys that were expected to go in the top 10 were Kurtz, Burns, and King. But Chase Burns cost himself a championship by leaving Tennessee to go to Wake Forest. So that's really the only.
But here's the thing. Even though his batting was to be desired, at some point in his Division II career, he had a 27-game history.
He did. People forget he started out in Division II. He played for Wingate. He played for Wingate, 411 batting average in 2023. And before that, he had a 640 slugging percentage as a freshman at Wingate. There's a reason why Wake Forest.
Yeah. You can see the potential. His offensively, but you can also see the strikeout. You can also.
I do think Seaver King's kind of a boomer bust pick, so you can make an argument for this being an A- instead of an A. But at the same token, I'm giving it an A because I mocked him to the Nationals back in January.
I give it a B+, personally, because his offensive game, you can see his win, but it doesn't measure up.
All right, that averages out to an A-. I'll change this to an A- to.
His game is absolutely unique. His defensive game is awesome, but his offensive game is not on par.
Well, the Tigers took Bryce Rayner, the player I mocked at 11. So far, I have got 3 of the top 11 correct. So I gave this an A grade. So I've told the readers on our site, I did change it to an A- for Seaver King, but I told our readers that you gave it a B+, so that averages out to an A-. So if there's any National fans that are angry or pissed off about this A- grade, it's not my fault. It's Joey's fault. I'm kidding, by the way, but Bryce Rayner is a Tiger. Bryce Rayner is officially a Detroit Tiger at 11.
Everybody blames me for everything anyway. They just blame me every time. I'm used to it. I'm not going to hate that.
Plus, it sort of makes things interesting, though. But Bryce Rayner is the Tigers' pick at 11. Since I mocked him at 11, all I have to do is copy and paste the pick, and then I just post the grade. And yeah, I do like the fit here of Bryce Rayner because you don't have to rush him up. You can develop him for 3 years. And I mean, Javier Baez is under contract till 2028, Joey. That's the thing. Javier Baez, former Cub, he's on the Tigers until 2028. So you can develop Rayner for 4 years, who some believe is the top high school bat, and then he comes up and replaces Baez in 28. That's why it's a really good fit. That was the big thing I took into account when making this selection, Joey. Not just the
He's just your typical high school star. I mean, that's all he is. He's not spectacular. The big thing with him is, physically, I've seen pictures of him. He was underdeveloped through most of his high school physically. And last year, he really started to develop physically.
Yeah, he developed physically as a senior. He got Harvard-Westlake back to the state championship game where they lost. But he's the reason they won the state championship as a freshman. Yep.
I'll give that to you. Very fundamentally sound. But it can be physical attributes will always lack. He developed so much as a senior. But one way I just heard is he developed that much as a senior, what he can develop into in the next 4 years. If he's going to develop.
Yeah, because the Tigers, if they don't retain Javier Baez and this guy doesn't develop, they're kind of screwed at shortstop when 2028 rolls around. So
It's all about development.
it's a good pick right now on the surface, but if the guy doesn't develop the way you're hoping he would, you're in trouble.
He's a developmental guy. But his ceiling is incredibly high.
And Joe Doyle has just tweeted that the Red Sox are taking Braden Montgomery, my number 4 player, at 12. Another A-plus pick for the Red Sox. I mean, they've got some good prospects. Marcelo Mayer, Kyle Teal, their 2023 first-round pick. He hit a double in the showcase game, the futures game yesterday. So that's a great pickup for the Red Sox at number 12, Braden Montgomery. Braden Montgomery was number 4 in my mock draft. He fell to the Red Sox at 12, and they took him. I had Kyle Teal in my top 10 last year, and he fell to the Red Sox too. And they picked, I think, at 14 last year. So the Red Sox have drafted another really good batter. I just don't know what their contract situation is like with their right fielder. I'm going to look up my Red Sox write-up and see what I have, because
here's the thing. He is aggressive at the plate, which is good. He is solid in the field, nothing special, except for his arm.
They don't have a right fielder. The Red Sox, they have Rafael Devers at third base, Tristan Casas at designated hitter, Masataka Yoshida, a designated hitter from Japan. They have Story at shortstop, Duran at center fielder. They don't have a true right fielder, and they get Braden Montgomery here.
That's great, but here's the thing. He is nothing special except the fact that, at least in the field, he's pretty good at the bat. But in the field, he's not going to make a lot of athletic plays. But when he gets the ball, I've played the outfield. You get that ball, you get in the corner, you have the entire field you have to be able to throw. This guy's on a second enough.
And he took multiple players to the he took multiple teams to the College World Series. Stanford last year, Texas A&M this year. He was the catalyst on both teams.
I will put his arm against any other outfielder in Major League Baseball as far as I get the ball. I'm going to put that ball where it needs to be. And I'm going to put it where it needs to be. I don't care if it's a catch. I don't care if it's third base. And he's going to put that there. I don't care if it's first base. He's going to put it there sooner than anybody else. Maybe in Major League Baseball. And could you imagine, in Boston, getting a high, ball off that fence, on that big green wall, grabbing that thing, turning around and just firing it, and somebody thinking, I got this, I'm scoring. And then there's a strike hunt right there at home plate, and you're out.
He has a really quick arm. He was number 8 on MLB.com. Number 8 on their board. He was 4th in my mock. He was an all SEC first team selection this year. And he took 2 teams, Stanford and Texas A&M, to the College World Series. He wasn't happy at Stanford. He wanted to transfer somewhere else, play the best of the best. He fell to 12. And he took Texas A&M to the championship game where they lost to Tennessee. So really good value at 12 for the Red Sox. And the Giants pick is already in. Joe Doyle's leaking picks. MLB, Rob Manfred needs to hire someone to report Joe Doyle's Twitter handle because Joe Doyle, he's an insider for MILB, the minor league website, and he has just leaked that James Tibbs III is the 13th pick for the San Francisco Giants. I don't even think Tibbs is the best player on his own team. I like, he's a floor player. I mean, I like his teammate. I did mock Tibbs to the Giants at 13, I believe. Let me double check here. Hold on. Before I'm critical, yeah, I had James Tibbs. That's 4 in the top 13 that I've correctly predicted, Joey. So I don't think anybody else has done that well with their mock draft. I've got 4 of the top 13 right. You're kind of impressed. You're not wowed, but you're kind of impressed because the MLB's a crapshoot. You didn't expect, I didn't expect to have 4 of the top 13 right with the way this draft's unfolded.
I didn't expect it to be as, I didn't expect, I was a little weird in the takers taken early. And as I said yesterday, I'm not really surprised about the suicide second baseman because if I didn't exactly agree with where they went, I expected a run on suicide second baseman. I just didn't think it was going to do it.
I kind of expected Bazana at 1, and I expected more at 8 because I had more graded above Weatherholt. There were other people that had more falling to like 12, 13, 11, etc. So I don't blame you for thinking that. I really do. I had most had Christian Moore, the Tennessee second baseman, going 12. I heard from some insiders that the Angels were going to take him at 8. Jim Callis heard the same thing. Jonathan Mayo mocked him at 12. I stuck with my gut because the Angels had a UFA at second baseman, and they just recently they like to reload in the infield. That's kind of why I mocked him at 8. And Rayner, it was about the fit. One of the top 2 high school batters, could be up by 2028. It's just a perfect fit for yeah, I did not yeah. Chase Burns at 2 is really the only pick that shocked me in terms of value. Everything else has just been on par. Hagen Smith was a semi-surprise, but it wasn't like a shock value pick. It was a semi-surprise pick. I'll give it that. But the moral of the story here is not to trust the White Sox scouts because they told podcasters and media members we're taking a batter at 5, and they lied to us. So if they're telling you something, do the opposite of it. That is the moral of the story. And Joe Doyle has already leaked the Cubs pick. It's Cam Smith, the third baseman out of Florida State, who I have graded higher. I think there's more 5-tool ability with Cam Smith than there is with James Tibbs III. And I had Cam Smith going to the Mariners at 15. Frickin' Joe Doyle leaking these picks. Like, it's like by the time the Cubs announce their pick, he's already going to have the 15th pick. He is dealing heat tonight. Joe Doyle is dealing heat tonight. He is dealing heat like Greg Maddux in the 90s.
Believe me, I was Greg Maddux with the Cubs, so I followed him from the time he was a rookie. So I can probably tell you more about Greg Maddux than you probably ever heard in your life.
Yeah.
But in this situation, Cam Smith, an older player.
He had 2 really good seasons at Florida State. I had him at 28 at the beginning of the draft process. I moved him all the way up to 15. I mocked Vance Honeycutt to the Cubs, but Cam Smith is bigger. He's more durable. I think he has the traits to be a 5-tool batter. I like his ceiling more than James Tibbs III, despite projecting Tibbs ahead of Smith.
You're going to give the stats. I'm going to just tell you, this is a man. This is a 21-year-old, 6'3", 225 pounds, freaking great skate, amazing on at third base.
I'm giving this an A. The only question is, can Joey talk me into giving this an A+? I'm giving this an A at the bare minimum. Can Joey persuade me to go up to A+? That's the $1 million question.
Downside that he has is that, honestly, I'm not seeing a downside. Good thing is he is a man with a good bat. He won the outstanding pro prospect on the State Pop League. And I know you looked at a 9.81 OPS.
He was the first player since Buster Posey to have back-to-back multi-home run games. And he was also, his 12 home runs as a freshman were the most since Ryan Malone in 2004 at Florida State.
Yeah, most of the Posey teams come out a lot. The bottom line is he has always been.
Who's the Cubs' current third baseman? What's the contract look like? That's really the only thing, because we have a few minutes before the Mariners announce their pick. Christopher Morrell. There's a few guys. Michael Busch, I believe. Michael Busch is the current Cubs third baseman, but they also have Christopher Morrell for a while, despite errors. So they do. The Cubs. Yeah, the Cubs have Michael Busch and Christopher Morrell at third base despite the errors, but I actually think Cam Smith is a higher upside than both of them. So I'm not sure how this is going to affect the Cubs. Busch is 26. And for everybody wondering, well, how come you don't have the pick on the site? Guys, we're not Michael Busch isn't even entering arbitration level 1 until 2027. Christopher Morrell, I don't know what his status is, but he's committed a lot of errors. I think Smith has more upside than both players, both Michael Busch, and they have 2. So the Cubs have 3 third basemen in their 20s. 281 to 387. He improved it from 281 to 387. That's right. And he started all 51 games as a freshman redshirt, and he started all 66 games as a sophomore redshirt. So no durability whatsoever.
Yes. He improved his doubles from 8.2. His triples went down to 5 to 1. His home runs increased from 12 to 16. His RBIs from 36 to 67. His slugging percentage went up from 517 to 652. His walk is 21 to 44. He is hit by 9 more pitches. His stroke.
Okay, so Morrill enters arbitration level 1 in 2026.
This dude is a man that is improving every year, and he is ready for mayor.
I think Cam Smith has more upside than both Bush and Morrill, and that's the argument for giving it this an A+ grade.
Shortstop, second base, either.
But the Cubs have two third basemen. They do. That's why you can argue against an A+, but at the same token, I think Smith is better long-term than both of them. So that's the argument for an A+, for an A grade. So I'm going to give it an A, but you can make an argument for an A+ here. You really can.
You can't, because if you say the Cubs have a third or second baseman,
They have two third basemen, not a third and second. They have two third basemen. Michael Bush, a 2019 first-round pick, and Christopher Morrill. Christopher Morrill's 25. He's a year younger than Michael Bush, but he enters arbitration before Michael Bush. And both of those guys feel like stopgaps, whereas Cam Smith feels like a borderline all-star high-end starter. That's just... They have Dansby Swanson at shortstop until 2030. Dansby Swanson, former Braves shortstop. He is under contract till 2030. I don't know. I'll look at the roster here. I feel like the Mariners pick is in. I don't know who they've taken, but I have a feeling Joe Doyle's already leaked the pick. I'd love to keep going on a Cubs rant, but I've already got a feeling Doyle leaked the pick. And the Mariners pick is in, which means he leaked the pick. Oh, Geronto Clemente, the sleeper from Mississippi State that you thought could go number 3, is the 15th pick. So Clemente goes ahead of you, Savage, as we have our third pitcher off the board. Interesting. Very interesting. So Clemente is the pick for the Mariners at 15 here. I did not think he'd go this early, but that is an interesting pick for the Mariners at 15. What do you think of that pick, Clemente to the Mariners at 15? They've already got 2 first-round picks in the MLB in Logan Gilbert and Kirby Doc. 2 guys. They were pitchers out of Stetson and Elon, kind of mid-major, small schools. So, and they hit on both players. So, I mean, in this situation, I think he'd be a number 3 starter. But at the same time, that might be the ideal role for him. So they have Luis Castillo, Logan Gilbert, and George Kirby. They do need some back ends for this. They do need some back end starters for this rotation, and they've got a good bullpen. So really, long reliever and back end starter were the only needs for the Mariners. So, and you're getting this guy Clemente as a back end starter, so it's a good fit. I'm going to give it an A, but not an A+, because I like Trey Savage more, but at this point, I can't really blame the Mariners. They do need a back-end starter. Saginte at 15, so that is the pick, and I'm going to get the numbers for him. He's one of the people in the MLB draft there in person. So, and his dad played professionally in the Netherlands. He began pitching at the age of 6. He was in the Little League World Series for Caraco, the country. Yeah, and he is kind of raw, but he also has a ceiling very similar to Marcus Stroman. That's the player comp MLB Network gave him. So he's raw. He could end up in the bullpen, but he's switch-handed. His right hand's his better pitching hand, and he's similar to Stroman. So I'm going to give it an A, but not an A+. Joey didn't have him in the top 3. I wouldn't have been this kind to Saginte, but hey.
He's probably 4 years away or so. He is not. He's older, but I don't think he's ready.
But the Mariners have 3 good starters in Castillo, Gilbert, and Kirby. So it's possible that you can keep him in the minors for 3 or 4 years until one of them becomes a UFA.
He's a sleeper. Like I said yesterday, he's a sleeper. He can do a lot of great things. He can break a lot of mismatches. He can do a lot of great things. But the thing is, he's so wrong. And I think that comes with being able to throw right or left-handed.
Well, Logan Gilbert's a 2028 UFA, and Castillo's a 2029 UFA. I am getting the contract data for Kirby. It's possible he's a top 3 starter if you're patient with him, but George Kirby is still in final year of his rookie deal. He will enter arbitration, so the Mariners have their top 3 locked up until 2028.
If they're going through arbitration, they're just starting arbitration, this is perfect for him because he is a little raw, and I take that as because he does pitch.
So they can bring him up in 2028 because they have Logan Gilbert, they have Kirby, and then they have Castillo. Castillo's going to be 35 in 2029. He's not going to be there then. Gilbert's a 2028 UFA, and there were talks about a long-term extension with George Kirby as early as February of 2023. It's 2024 now, and Kirby will enter arbitration 1 next year. So he's not even a UFA until 2029. So I love the fit. That's why I'm giving it an A grade. It's an excellent fit for the Mariners. Worst case scenario, they get a good number 4 starter. Best case scenario.
I had to think for a second on with the Mariners because he is, like I said, he was a sleeper because he was so wrong. And with the Mariners, he's in a really good spot. If he wasn't as raw as he was, he may have gone in the top.
It's the fit. It is the fit that I love more than anything else. That's why it's an A grade for me. Because you really look at the contracts the Mariners have, this is the right player to bring along, ease in, and then when you have those contracts due with Gilbert, with Kirby, with Castillo turning 35, you can bring him into the rotation without rushing him. All right, so we're on number 16. We got to find out who the Marlins are picking. I'm sure. Okay, MLB Network's already said the pick is in, but I did. The Marlins. Ooh, Marlins. It looks like they are going with a high schooler, PJ Morlando, the right fielder, number 1 player in South Carolina, PJ Morlando, I mocked him to the Dodgers at the beginning of the year. I moved him into the compensation portion of the first round, but PJ Morlando is the pick. South Carolina right fielder PJ Morlando is the Marlins pick. Maybe they see Giancarlo Stanton in him. But so not only do the Marlins take a high school batter here, they take a guy who won't be on the jumbo shrimp until 2026 or 2027 at the very earliest, which pisses Joey off as a jumbo shrimp fan because he's hoping they take someone who'd be up the jumbo shrimp soon so that he can watch them. But Morlando feels like a guy who won't be up until 2026 or 2027. He was the South Carolina Gatorade Player of the Year, though.
I'm looking through the Major League Baseball.com prospect page. He's not even in the top 100.
I think he is. He's in the top 50. I think you just missed him. Because I remember him, yeah, he's ranked 43rd on MLB.com. 43rd. Probably.
Orlando. I thought you said Orlando.
Morlando.
Okay. That's because I was looking for Orlando and I was like, oh, this is a hell of a reach.
Morlando.
Yeah, Orlando. Okay. He's got some power.
Thing I've learned tonight is I need to multitask. I can't just code the website. If a pick's in and you're done with your rant, just go to the next pick. That's what Oren's been trying to tell me for years, and he's right. That sad thing is Oren is right. Because I try to go into great detail and everything, but when you have only 3 minutes to pick, you kind of have to pivot. I don't know if the Marlins need a right fielder, but I also don't hate the pick. I'm looking at the Marlins, looking at what they have.
Well, in this case, Orlando is an outfielder. He can play right or left field, so I think he's going to be in double A for a while.
They have Jesus Sanchez at right fielder. What is Jesus? Jesus Sanchez is one of the better right fielders, but what is his contract like? He's a right fielder from the Dominican Republic. Jesus Sanchez is a 2028 UFA, so they can mold this guy behind Sanchez for 4 years, and then because Jesus Sanchez turns 30 in 2028.
Time, he does have some power. So, if you hold that for a few years, you may have a nice power hitter in your thing there. My brain just went blank, Chris. I keep wanting to say you might have a good power hitter in your bullpen, but that's not right. In your minor league.
2024 Gatorade High School Player of the Year in South Carolina. So, yeah, he does have a college scholarship to South Carolina if he can't sign. But I'm guessing there's an underslot deal. He was also the MVP of the high school baseball All-American game. So, yeah, he was the MVP. He can play third base, for second base, first base, catcher, left fielder, in addition to right field. So, very versatile, can play multiple positions. I do think it's a reach because I had him in the sandwich round, but the Marlins, I don't hate this pick. I'm going to give it an A-. I'm I'm not going to give it an A, but I will give it an A minus because I mean it's not in theory, on paper, it's not a terrible pick because MLB Network was saying this could be a sleeper in the later part of the first round. Crap, the Brewers already have their pick in. The Brewers are like, fuck you, Draft Utopia. Get to us. It's our turn, asshole. All right, Milwaukee. All right. Chill out. Braylon Payne of... I don't even know if I have this guy in my 2-round mock draft. This might be like the first massive reach in the draft. Braylon Payne. I'm looking to see if we have him even in the mock draft. I might actually have to look up the... Braylon Payne, Lawrence E. Elkins High School, Texas.
Like I said, did we talk about him any during the build-up to this draft?
No, I don't believe we did. I think this is like our first massive reach. I think I'm going to give the Brewers a DUI grade for drafting under the influence. That's a horrible pun, by the way, but yeah.
I can't say anything about that because I was drafting out, being drafted under the influence, but the only difference is I get more focused when I'm drinking. So I would make better draft picks when I'm drinking and more decisively. And not some kid that's not the top 200 of the draft board that's number 10. So maybe I'm an exception to the rule, but that's just not a good.
I'm not even sure what outfield role he's going to play. Left field, center field, right field. I'll look at the Brewers here and then make an assessment based off of that. But yeah, the Brewers are going to cause me to be a few picks behind now. They have Sal Frelick at right fielder. They moved Christian Yelich to DH, so it's not going to be a right fielder. They have Jackson Chourio, a 19-year-old left fielder from Venezuela, and Garrett Mitchell, a first-round pick at center fielder. So the Brewers have a guy from Venezuela at left fielder, and then they have a first-round pick at center field and right field. So this is either a backup outfielder or he's the future left fielder. But I'm going to look up Jackson Chourio's numbers here. What has he done with the Brewers this year? He hasn't even played. He was 246, 9 home runs. He did make his MLB debut in 2024, but he only has a 246 batting average and 9 home runs. So I believe they are drafting him to bring in competition for left fielder. He's a left fielder, and the Rays pick is already in. I even have to rewind my TV. This is just to get the high school name really quickly. Because this is just for a Venezuelan player. They have a Venezuelan 19-year-old Venezuelan player who he might be the starting outfielder of the future. I can't confirm. I can't even confirm if he'll be that guy. Because they got a 19-year-old Venezuelan out left fielder, a 2020 first-round pick at center fielder, and a 2021 first-round pick at right fielder. They have stability at right field, so what the hell are the Brewers doing? The DUI grade is completely warranted. Drafting under the influence. That's the grade. I'm going to leave it at that for now. I'm going to see if this even fits on the site for the Brewers at 17. Drafting under the influence. I don't even know if this is going to fit, and I don't have a logo for them. Yeah. Yeah, so I will look for the logo, but the Rays pick is about to come in. I'll look for the logo quickly here. And email it to myself. Lawrence E. Elkins. This is the worst part of the draft, Joey, is I have to Elkins High School, Texas, not Missouri. They're giving me the Lawrence E. Elkins High School in Lawrence E. Elkins. I'm looking it up. Yeah, Missouri City, Texas. So this is the correct logo. Let's hope it's a JPEG or a GIF or a ping, not a SVG or one of these WebPFD. So I am emailing the logo to myself right now. I'm Theo Gillen out of Westlake. Theo Gillen, on the other hand, was in the top 72. And that is the official pick for the Rays at 18. So while it may be a reach, it's not a horrible pick. I can't say that about the Brewers, though. I mean, the Brewers really don't have... Brewers really didn't need... Brewers had stability outfielder. They really didn't need this guy. But, okay. So, Theo Gillen, I'll get to that pick in a second. I've got the photo ready. I just have to crop the size of the photo. 150, 100, boom. And hopefully I can just upload this to the site. Hopefully it doesn't redirect me. I want to click on the upload button and boom. Does drafting under the influence fit? Yeah, Theo Gillen's not bad. I mean, he was a consensus first round pick. All right, let's see what we got here. I think I did mock.
The thing that makes me like this pick a little bit more is that Tampa Bay has a great track record with these guys.
They do.
And bringing them up and doing so much good stuff with them. So I can't hate on this one because the team itself, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I do not give teams benefit of the doubt. I mean, third baseman was really the only weakness in the Brewers lineup, but yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Well, when the team gets it right so many times, it's like for how many years we give, so many teams in the NFL.
Jim Nill drafted well for Dallas 7 years in a row. So it's almost like Joey saying if a team drafts good for 5 years in a row, they've earned the benefit of the doubt. I grade based on value where these teams pick.
Well, I'm not real about grading because, I don't really do the grading thing anymore. I'm just like, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I can understand that these guys know what the hell they're doing because they have a track record and know what the hell they're doing. And I can say, I'm not going to criticize them because this guy's probably going to turn out to be something that we didn't expect because they draft guys that turn out to be things that we don't expect. And they have a history of doing so.
Yeah, and if Braylon Payne becomes like Giancarlo Stanton, I'm going to look like an idiot for giving the Brewers a DUI grade, and I'm going to have to issue Braylon a personal apology. So I hope you succeed. I don't expect much, but I hope you exceed. Best of luck, and I'm going to get to the Theo Gillen pick now. The Mets pick is in. I'm just trying to find the Theo Gillen write-up and get that up as quickly as possible here. Oh, I had Theo Gillen going to the Diamondbacks in the sandwich round, but the Rays can draft. He's a shortstop. So the Rays can draft him as a replacement to Wander Franco, who had the allegations. So I actually like the fit there. So I'm going to give the Rays an A grade. You thought I was going to be too harsh with the Rays. No.
Yeah, I did think you were going to be a little more harsh than you were, so.
He has the highest upside of any high school shortstop. He's got some medical concerns with 2 straight years of injuries prior to his senior year, but he can move to second base, center fielder, or left fielder if he doesn't work as a shortstop. There are no stats on him. Not going to give the Rays an A+, but I'll give them an A grade. This is the 5th pick I've gotten correct, Joey. I mocked Carson Bench to the Mets. So this is the 5th pick in the top 20 I've gotten right. He's been healthy the last 2 years. He's good.
Yeah, but as a hitter, he's pretty darn good. So I want to. He is average in most areas, but he is the gunman and outfielder, but he's kind of what is it, Chris? A pitcher slash outfielder slash pitcher.
Yeah.
Something we've seen in recent years is position players coming in to pitch and most of them hitting the ball. This is a legitimate pitcher. He just had this. The one thing that holds him back is that he had to switch positions.
Starling Marte is a right fielder, but his contract's up in 2026, so I figured the Mets would draft a replacement to Marte, which is a big reason I mocked Benj at 19. You can keep him in the minors for 2 years, develop him, and then you bring him up to replace Marte. And the Mets actually listened to us. So good job, Mets. You actually had a better draft than the Knicks, Mets fan. So be proud of yourself. You're a Mets fan. Give yourself a round of applause and a pat on the back. And let the Knicks know that you outdrafted them.
Hitter in 2 years. Okay, I want everybody to digest that. And the second pitcher ends up with Tommy John surgery after
he gave up pitching to focus on hitting because he had the Tommy John surgery as a freshman and he realized I got to put my ego aside and I've got to do something else instead of pitch.
Somebody with that type of determination at 21 years old have. He puts on 10 pounds worth of muscle and gets up to 194, 195 pounds.
What do you? Yeah.
Well, you're looking at something good, and if they need to bring in a position player to pitch for an inning, well, hell, there he is.
What do you think's worse, Joey? A DUI grade or a dry cornbread grade? Just quickly get your thoughts on that before we get to the Blue Jays at 20, who have their pick in. Would you rather have a All right. Toronto Blue Jays, their pick is in. Let's find out what they're going to do. Trey Savage, who was the only player in my top 10 still on the board. That is an excellent pick. A+ for Toronto here. So East Carolina pitcher Trey Savage goes to Toronto. That is officially the pick at 20, Joey. That's a great pick. That was the best player left on the board. So, and for anybody wondering, am I going to post pictures for the back end of the first round and round 2? No! I'm not, because if Savage had fell to 31, I would have, but no, I'm not going to do that this year. I think most of the star players are off the board, and now it's just really about getting good value and capitalizing off the picks. I think Joey would agree with me in that respect. So this is an A+ for me.
For me, he is one of those guys. He's going to be bottom of the line starter, fourth or fifth starter, or he's going to be a long reliever, and he's got that 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
He beat Chase Burns head-to-head. He beat the number 2 pick in the draft head-to-head.
He's 95 to 98, 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
You remember that game? I had it on ESPN, and we were commenting on the regional between East Carolina and Wake Forest, and he beat Chase Burns.
This is what we're talking about. This guy.
Toronto's got 3 good pitchers. They've got Jose Barrios, Chris Bassett, and Yariel Rodriguez, but they do not have a number 4, number 5 starter. The other guys in their rotation have underachieved. So he can be a number 4 starter for Toronto.
Yeah, but he is a prototypical middle reliever that comes in the 6th inning and pitches until the 8th inning and knocks out the other team and lets the closer do his shit, because he's going to come out there, make sure the starters aren't going to work.
I don't see him playing out of the bullpen, but I think it's an interesting take. We're due for a bullpen pitcher at some point. But this guy was a consensus top 3 pitcher in the draft. I think it's great value, and he could start out as a number 4 starter. He has the ceiling to be the number 1 starter, but he's also in a situation where he's not pressured into being the top guy. I do think this is the last pitcher that could be a number 1 starter, unless you count some of the high school arms. But yeah, last college pitcher that I think could be a number 1 starter. But he's also in a situation where you don't have to rush him, because you have Barrios, Bassett, and Rodriguez. You don't have to rush him into being the number 1 starter. You're in a good spot with him.
Yeah, I do think he was good for what he was. But the bottom line is, he ain't be, like he said, potential to be number 1, he ain't going to be number 1. More likely, he's going to be a middle reliever.
You mean a number 4 starter? He's not going to the bullpen. He pitched 76 innings and 93 innings this year.
He can't be a 4 or 5 starter. I'm not going to dismiss that. I'm not going to dismiss that he can be the number 4 or 5 starter. But more than likely, by the time he is 3 or 4 years in the pros, they might just bring him in the bullpen.
I don't think he'll be a bullpen guy. I think he'll be a starter. It's just, do you want to have it? He'll be a starter. There's just too much upside for him to play in the bullpen. And the freaking Twins took the player I mocked to them. Unbelievable. So I've gotten 6 of the top 21 picks correct. Unfreaking believable. It's like these teams are reading Draft Utopia. they're copying our picks. I should be honored. But Brody Brecht's a player I mocked the Twins at 21. So this is the 6th player I've gotten in. That's amazing. I think this might be my personal best. I mean, what grade should I give the Twins for Brody Brecht? I'm leaning towards an A, because I think I had Brody Brecht as like a number 5 starter on the Twins. So, and that's exactly what he is here. So, good fit. I'm going to give the Twins. I don't think he's in the same tier as Savage, but Since the Twins actually listened to me, I'm going to give them an A+. You can argue it's not warranted. The argument's valid. But yeah, so the Twins get Brody Brett at 21. Amazing. I got 6 of the top 21 picks in the correct slot. And if the Reds had taken Condon at 2, I would have had 7 of the top 21. So if the Reds had taken Condon, I would have had 7 of the top 21 correct. Would have had a third of the MLB draft correct. So if Condon becomes the player Joey and I believe he's going to be, you have every right to be pissed off, Reds fans. It's Culpepper. It's not Brett. It's Kalen Culpepper. It is Kalen Culpepper, the Kansas State shortstop / third baseman. That is the pick. I spoke too soon. Finally, finally a credible insider was wrong about the pick being leaked. So it's Culpepper. I have to go back and redo my entire write-up here. So the Twins don't want to give us credit. The Twins hate the fact that, yeah, okay, we get it, Minnesota. We're going to change the pick. I like Culpepper, though, too. I had Culpepper pretty high on my board. I had him at 29 for most of the draft process, but at the same time, they have Correa at shortstop and they have Royce Lewis at third base, so I'm not sure where he fits into the lineup. I do like Culpepper, okay? I think he's a top 30 player, but I'm not sure where exactly he fits with the Twins, Joey.
From North Carolina, the outfielder, and Kane Caminiti.
Yeah. I didn't bring up Honeycutt, but you're right about him. I mocked him to the Cubs at 14. He's still there. Jordan Alexander called him a sleeper, and Cam Caminiti, the top high school pitcher, still available too.
Both of them are still there. I thought both of them would probably be gone by now. So, I mean,
I'm guessing he's the eventual replacement to Correa because Brooks Lopez, the Cal Poly second baseman's already in the MLB. So he's filling in. Brooks Lee is filling in for Royce Lewis at third base, but, you know, I'm guessing Culpepper will be the eventual I want to look at the Correa contract and the Royce Lewis contract. So Correa is 6-year, $200 million contract, and he is a Twin until 2033. So I don't think Culpepper's going to be in the minors that long, but, you know, I think Correa's I mean, Royce Lewis, what's Royce Lewis's contract look like for the Twins? Number 1 pick in 2017. So Royce Lewis is still on a rookie deal. 1 year, $745,000. He does enter arbitration. So Royce Lewis is a UFA by 2029. So this is probably the eventual replacement to Royce Lewis. So the Twins have basically said, we know Royce Lewis isn't going to be on our team. And that's the thing. Royce Lewis will probably test the market in 2029. Number 1 pick in 2017. I mean, so yeah. So Royce, as much as I like to see Royce Lewis on the Twins, he's had some injuries this year. They've had to move Brooks Lee. They're a second baseman to third baseman. And I think Kalen Culpepper is a future MLB player. So I am going to give the Twins an A+ grade, despite changing their pick. But the Orioles should have their pick in by now. MLB Network is a little bit behind on that. So we're going to see if anybody has leaked the Orioles pick. And I should take it with a grain of salt because I was wrong about Vance Honeycutt's an Oriole. That is official according to Joe Doyle. But he was wrong about the last pick, so I'm not sure if I should give him the benefit of the doubt yet. It's like I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but Joe Doyle has said that Vance Honeycutt is the pick. And Jordan, who called Honeycutt one of the best players in the draft, he is probably really happy that Honeycutt's on the Orioles. So, yeah, I'm going to give the Orioles an A+ if that is in fact the pick. But I'm going through my mock here to see, before I lock that in, I'm looking to see who's still on the board here. I had Rayner. Yeah, so if Honeycutt was my best player on the board, he actually entered his sophomore year as the preliminary favorite to go number 1 in the draft. He just needs to improve his batting average, but he is a home run machine. And that's a great pick for the Orioles at 22. Vance Honeycutt. So that is officially the pick, unless the Orioles want to mind fuck us like the Twins did at 21. I don't think the Orioles don't seem like they're in the mind fucking business. So mind fucking, mind. But yeah, I'm waiting for Manfred to announce the pick before, and it is Honeycutt. So Joe Doyle was correct here. But yeah, that's a great pick. I can't really fault that pick for the Orioles here. So, Orioles made an excellent pick. Yeah, so Honeycutt, Orioles listened to both of us. He was the ACC Defensive Player of the Year as well as the ACC Freshman of the Year. So the Orioles are going to get an A+ here. But I do want to list the Orioles lineup, and then I want to list some other things because they have good batters everywhere. They have Colton Cowser at center fielder. Well, Cedric Mullins is a 2026 UFA. Cedric Mullins began the year as the number 8 batter, but lost his job to Colton Cowser. So he's probably a backup outfielder in Baltimore because, you have Colton Cowser. He took the left field job from Austin Hayes. Cedric Mullins is under contract till 2026. So this is probably the replacement to Cedric Mullins. That's probably the thought process.
In the last 10 years. So you're looking at an amazing fielder with above average hitting ability. I mean, that is opposite of what you usually get from higher level first round prospects. So, I mean, that is something that you have to look at and say, you know what? The Orioles get a good one. And the Orioles are usually very good at getting good defensive players. The fact that they got a good defensive player, a very good defensive player.
Well, that's the thing. They've got at center fielder, they've got at left field, they have Colton Cowser at left field, and they have Henry Kjerstad at right field, 2 top 5 picks in 2020 and 2021. They do not have a replacement to Cedric Mullins at center fielder, and they just drafted Vance Honeycutt to be that guy.
Yeah, so this is interesting because if you look at Major League Baseball Draft Central, you'll see the pick value, the approximate pick value. And for $3.8 million, I would say Vance Honeycutt, this is a bit of a bargain. Just
Oren's Dodgers are on the clock. Should we call Oren and get his thoughts on the pick? Just surprise Oren out of the blue and let him know his Dodgers are on the clock. Just for one pick. Not saying, all right, we're going to call Oren here and find out what the Dodgers are going to do here. It is Kellen Lindsay, a shortstop out of Hart. So the Dodgers have just drafted a shortstop. I'm going to call Oren and see what the reply is here. Just surprise call Oren because I have not spoken to Oren in a while. If he hangs up, that's fine. But I want to catch up with. Hey, Oren, what's going on? The Dodgers have just drafted another high school shortstop at 23. How are you doing, man?
I'm all right. Just resting.
If you're resting, I can call you back later. I didn't know you were resting, man.
No, it's okay. You can talk.
But yeah, I mean, high school shortstop. That's what the Dodgers have gone with here at 23. Kellen.
That's just gonna be like a developmental player for a bit. I'm sure.
Didn't the Dodgers replace Seager with another shortstop they drafted at a high school that they hit on?
Let me see who.
I've got the write-up on the site. I don't know where just the write-ups are so lengthy. Yeah, they did. They got just thinking here. Gavin Lux. That's right. They have Gavin Lux, Dodgers 2016 first round pick. But they drafted Lux right before when Corey Seager came up to the MLB, but they didn't want to pay Seager, so they let him walk. This is probably what's Gavin Lux's contract? Let's look that up.
I don't know.
I'm looking it up. It's one. I'm thinking it's arbitration level 1 because he's 1 year, 200. Yeah, he's a 2027 UFA. So that's probably why. If the Dodgers don't want to pay Gavin Lux, they're going to reload at shortstop now. That's probably the thought process.
Yeah, it's possible. They already have 3 or 4 shortstops in their farm system.
Really?
Yep. They have Trey Sweeney, Emil Morales, and what's the guy's Vargas? I forgot his first name.
Vargas. Okay.
Yeah, they have 3 or 4 in their farm system.
Well, I had Lindsay 1 spot ahead of Theo Gillen, so that's not a bad pick in terms of value. I would say that's an A, but not an A+, as far as verdict goes. Because Rays went with a shortstop at 18. I figured they would after the Wander Franco incident, but yeah, I didn't know Gavin Lux is a 2027 UFA. But yeah, Kellen Lindsley, he posted a 403 batting average as a senior after posting a 429 as a junior. He gets on base frequently, but he's not a power hitter. Maybe the Dodgers will try to develop him into a power hitter.
I don't know.
I appreciate your input, Oren. And what else do you want to say about anything as far as your favorite sports teams before I let you get back to getting some rest? Because I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me.
No problem. I wish all the best. I'm looking forward to the series with the Red Sox this coming weekend. That should be fun. And that's it.
All right. I'll see you later, Oren. Take it easy. All right, so that was Oren's thought. Oren breaking down the Dodgers pick. You can unmute yourself, Joey. You want to add anything to that? And this is why we look up the contracts. When I did my first mock in January, I didn't just look at the teams. I looked at what the contracts are like on SpotTrack. I also looked at the batting lineup on Fangraphs and sort of combined that to try to create an algorithm that's authentic. And apparently that is a good strategy. Like, that is a legitimate strategy for And I do think the Dodgers have some players, and there's no guarantee this guy ends up being the guy, but I do like Kellen Lindsley here. And the Braves pick is in. They're interviewing Bryce Rayner here, Jim Callis. Let's find out what the Braves are going to do, because Kellen Lindsley was one of the few players in the draft that was a one-paragraph write-up. So not only did we get the opportunity and pleasure to catch up with Oren, we already got all of the picks in. I'm going to post this to the ticker, and then I'm going to get the Braves pick here, because they have the MLB Network is interviewing Bryce Rayner, and they're being assholes to the Braves. And frankly, I'm not cool with MLB Network being assholes to the Braves, as much as I enjoy listening to the interview of Bryce Rayner. I don't appreciate the disrespect for a big market team. So I will get the Braves pick in. And now they're pivoting from the interview to the Braves. And is Cam Caminiti. The Braves get Cam Caminiti at 24. That's a massive steal. A top high school pitcher to Atlanta.
It's a hell of a deal. We talked about him on the podcast. Dude has major potential. He's 17 years old. He hasn't overworked his arm. He hasn't thrown a lot of fucking stupid pitches from a young age. He has a fastball that rivals some of the all-time greats. I mean, he plans to be in the majors by November, maybe even October. Maybe not as a starter, maybe starting in the bullpen, and by next year being a starter. However it goes, this dude has a hell of a lot of potential. Potentially a number one starter. At worst, a long reliever with, when I say long, I mean he takes over in the fifth inning and goes through the ninth.
I feel like they have a good rotation, but they need one more starter. So, they do need one more starter. They don't have Spencer Strider this year, but you have Strider locked up. You have Ronaldo Lopez, who's done well in relief of Strider. You have Chris Sale until 2026. You have Charlie Morton. I believe he's in a contract year. And then you have Max Fried, who's also in a contract year. And then you have A.J. Smith-Scheuer, who had an ERA of 0 on his lone start, and then Hudson Waltrip. But I also think Caminiti has a better upside than a lot of these guys. So realistically, outside of Strider and Lopez, you could be looking at Caminiti as the number 3 starter when Sale's contract's up in 2026. I think that's a very realistic projection, Joey. Just given where the Braves are.
But John Smoltz was the power pitcher of the three. Caminiti has the potential to be the power pitcher of this Braves lineup.
Because I would think with the investment they made in Strider, extending him till 2030, he's going to be the number 1. This guy could be the number 2 down the road, but I think he's probably going to start out as the number 3 in 2026.
Here in a minute, but this is the big one I wanted to is I wanted to see Caminiti go off the board.
Yeah, because everyone in my top 16 is gone now, Joey. Best player available, I believe, on my board outside of Caminiti, the top high school pitcher, is William Schmidt from Catholic High School. So, I mean, but yeah, he led his team to a state title. I really love this pick, and I appreciate you sticking around here. But yeah, the write-up for Caminiti is officially up on Draft Utopia. And this is the last draft of the year. But Joey and I will be back on Saturday for the season finale. And guess what we will be doing? We will be ranking draft classes over the last 10 years from worst to best, starting with 2015 and ending with 2024 as in honor of our 10-year anniversary of podcasting as co-host. So we will do that, and it'll be a lot of fun. Get some rest, enjoy your weekend, and enjoy your week. And we will be back here on Saturday for the season finale.
You guys have a great night. Enjoy the draft, the rest of the draft, and have fun.
That was Joseph Potter, chairman of the Evolution Network, working on a book. I got to get this pick up here. And look, I'm trying to get as many of these picks up as possible here. So basically, I'm just going through and recapping what's happened, guys. I'm recapping what's happened. I'm recapping each grade. Weatherholt went 7, Christian Moore 8, Connor Griffin went 9th, Seaver King went to the, Bryce Rayner went 11th, Braden Montgomery. Really, the only eyesore in this draft is the Brewers getting a DUI grade for drafting under the influence. That is literally the only eyesore in this draft so far. Most of these teams have actually drafted relatively well. And the Padres are up. The pick is in. All right, so let's find out what the hell the Padres are doing at 25 here. But before I do that, I will and Rob Manfred's already announced the Padres pick. Damn it. And yeah, I'm double checking. Oh, I already have Caminiti typed, so perfect. Cash Mayfield from Elk City High School is the pick. Cash Mayfield. So Cash Mayfield's the second high school pitcher off the board. I kind of had a feeling we'd see a high school pitcher come off the board here. I'm just surprised he came off the board this early. I think there's better value for sure. But I kind of had a feeling that once Caminiti came off the board, we were going to start seeing that run on high school pitchers. But yeah, I'm just looking for Cash Mayfield's right up here. And once we get that up, because I know I had this guy in the draft. I don't remember where I had him. It's possible I had him in the sandwich portion of the first round. I'm double checking, making sure I had David Shields ahead of him. I had some other guys ahead of him. We have not seen a catcher picked yet. But yeah, Cash Mayfield, that is the guy we're looking for here. Desan Hill, Bateman, Ryan Johnson, Mike Sirota, Kavare Tears, Jared Thomas, Brian Prager, Joey Oakey, Ben Hess, Wyatt Sanford, Cowsart, Dowdy. I swear we had a Cash Mayfield. I swear we had this guy getting drafted. I just don't remember where I mocked him. It may have been a late first round guy. I don't remember where I mocked him. Yeah, I had him the Padres. That's the 7th pick I've correctly predicted. Woohoo! 7 of the top 25 I have predicted. Good freaking Lord. 7 picks correct. All right, so yes. So the Yankees are going to be up. We're going to find out who the Yankees draft here in a second. I wish... Well, let's find out here. Don't worry, Padres. I can just... I mocked the player. I did. I mocked this player to the Padres at 25. So this is the 7th pick I got right. And yeah, I made the write-up super lengthy, super detail-oriented. So they are applicable to MLB teams. So the Padres get an A+ as well. Yeah, a lot of good drafting here. So yeah, the Yankees, Cash Mayfield was the player I mocked to the Padres at 25. I forgot I even mocked him there. Okay, what do I had? I had the Yankees going with Dakota Johnson here. But yeah, let's find out what the Yankees are going to do. I do not want to fall behind on these picks. The Yankees are taking Ben Hess. Ben Hess, who I mocked in the second round. Ben Hess is going to be the pick. Ben Hess, pitcher, Alabama. I don't know how I feel about that for a first round pick. Ben Hess, not a great first round pick, if I'm being honest. Let's see if somebody's actually leaked the Phillies pick. Sheesh. The Phillies are taking Malcolm Moore. So the Phillies have already turned their card in. I'm not trusting James Hands. How many followers does he have? Yeah. Only 5, yes. So that's not a credible account. He might work at ESPN, but he only has 5 followers. So it's like, yeah, that's not very credible. I probably shouldn't put that as the official pick here. But the Yankees are going with Ben Hess. Ben Hess is like one of the first second-round guys on my board. So the Yankees draft a second-round talent. We are handing the Yankees dry cornbread. I fucking love it. Yankees, if does dry cornbread even fit into the news ticker here? So we are going to hand the Yankees dry cornbread. I'm sorry, Jake Ellenbogen, but Ben Hess was a second-round player, and the Yankees reached at 26. So we are handing the Yankees dry cornbread. I am so happy we are handing the Yankees dry cornbread. This is literally a dream for me. This is a dream scenario for me as a sports fan, to hand the Yankees dry cornbread. I'm very happy about that. Yes, so the Yankees are getting dry cornbread. The Yankees. He had 2 games with his ERA went up to 5.5. So Ben Hess, he goes to the yeah, so the Yankees get a dry cornbread grade. That is official. I was going to do it eventually. There's some way better pitchers on the board here. He does have the upside to be a number 2 starter, but he has the floor of a relief pitcher, and I just don't know if that's what the Yankees need here. Feels like a boomer bust pick. Dante Nori. Dante Nori is officially the pick. I did mock a center fielder, Slade Caldwell, but they went with Dante Nori instead. And Dante Nori is a really good resume for a second-round pick, so I'm not handing the Phillies dry cornbread. I'm actually going to give the Phillies an A grade, but not an A-plus grade. I do think Dante Nori's a good fit here. That's according to Joe Doyle. He has not been wrong yet. I will not leak the pick until MLB Network officially announces it. But yeah, I'm going all the way up to Dante Nori. I'm typing that in on the news ticker right now so that you know, I'm going to type that in and then so yeah, Dante Nori is a great value pick for the Phillies here at 27. And the Phillies needed a center fielder. I mean, this guy is just fucking fast. We'll wait until MLB announces the pick. But I already am looking to see what Brad Noble's Astros are going to do at 28. So, yeah, we'll find out. I do have the Philly write-up already typed. And then we got the Astros, we've got the Diamondbacks, and the Texas Rangers. And this draft is going to be on until 11. I don't know. Yeah, it's like, we'll see. I do have to use the bathroom, but I know I need to hold it in. All right. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to go to the restroom after Rob Manfred confirms that it's Dante Nori. It is Dante Nori. It's officially official. Boom. You got it. And I want to check in on our live stream here, see how many viewers we have before I take a quick break. But yeah, Dante Nori is the pick. And we have 62 people on the live stream. 62 people. Holy crap. We got 1 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, 60 on Twitter. Oh, wow. Jason Taylor, we want Trey Savage. Go Caps. Best pick of the draft so far. Yeah, we got a lot of Nationals fans coming in here, but a lot of really good value picks. So I'm going to use the restroom, and we will get to the Astros pick when I get back. I really have to go. But yeah, Dante Nori really. All right, so the Houston Astros are on the clock. So best pick of the draft so far. There have been a lot of really good picks. I think the Guardians with Bazzana, but that's just me. I'm a Cleveland Indians fan. Bazzana has the best floor. I think Condon has the highest ceiling. Houston Astros pick is in. So I picked the perfect time to go to the restroom. Now, what exactly? Walker Yannick from Sam Houston State, my number one catcher. Okay, that's not a bad pick for the Astros, but I feel like they could have used this as an opportunity to reload rather than go for But who do they have at catcher? Who do the Astros have? They have Altuve in a contract year, Bregman's in a contract year, Kyle Tucker's under contract till 2026. So Yanner Diaz is under contract until 2031. So the Astros basically drafted another catcher, but, who's the designated hitter? Okay, so Astros, I like Walker Yannick, but at the same time, Astros had bigger needs, and their starting catcher's not going to be a free agent until 2029. I really think they should have drafted a third baseman here, but I don't really blame them. Walker Yannick is the top catcher in the draft. I'm going to give them an A grade here. Because Walker Yannick is the top catcher in the draft. I mocked him to Texas Rangers. The Astros probably saw that. They got triggered. They got pissed off. They're like, we can't let the Texas Rangers get the number one catcher in the draft. So Walker Yannick is an Astro. I mean, he's the number one catcher in the draft. I'm going to give it an A grade, but I feel like I'm not going to give it an A plus because I feel like there's better value. There are better picks they could have made. But yeah, Walker Yannick will not be up until 2029. So yeah, Walker Yannick is the pick. I'm just making sure that Yannick. I'm giving it an A grade, but I'm not giving it an A plus. There's better value on the board, but he is a local. He is from the state of Texas. This isn't the player I would have picked. I would have picked a third baseman here, but hey, he won the Buster Posey Award winner. I can't really argue with the pick. The Astros just seem to always get the right player at the right time. I'll give it an A grade. And the Diamondbacks are on the clock. But yeah, he won the Astros get the Buster Posey Award winner. Diamondbacks pick isn't in yet. Okay, now it's in. I was going to get a tissue really quickly. I can still do that. I can still get a tissue and regroup here. All right. What are the Diamondbacks doing at 29? Because I know the MLB likes to go to commercials here. I get it. I do. Thank you to the 60 people on Twitter. If the Guardians get a good player at 36, I'll take my jacket off for the second round. I really don't try to encourage Slade Caldwell. Very interesting pick. I had Slade Caldwell going to the Phillies at 27. So that's good value here, but I just don't know where there's going to be room for him in the system. So Slade Caldwell, who I mocked the Phillies a couple of picks ago at 27, is the Diamondbacks pick at 29. I like Caldwell in terms of value, but with Corbin Carroll there, I'm just not sure how he fits in with the Diamondbacks. So No, I love the value, but I'm just not sure where he would fit in here. And MLB hasn't officially announced the pick yet, so this data could be incorrect. I don't think it is, but it's Slade Caldwell. So multiple people are saying it's Slade Caldwell. That's officially the pick. And yeah, them and the Texas Rangers are the last two teams. So it's strictly an A grade from a value standpoint. But yeah, the Diamondbacks, they have Corbin Carroll moving to right fielder. I'll give it an A grade. They did need an upgrade at center fielder. So I'll give it an A grade. It's a good pick. I'll give the Diamondbacks an A grade for Slade Caldwell, because I had him going to the Phillies a few picks earlier. It's a good value pick. Caldwell does fill a need for them. I just got to get the Caldwell right up here. I mocked him the Phillies. He ends up, and I kept him on the Phillies from January to, this is about where he should have go. Yeah, and he had 40 stolen bases, 51 stolen bases. I actually am going to give this an A+. Really good job by the Diamondbacks here getting, because with Corbin Carroll moving to left field, moving to right fielder, you can draft another center fielder and reload. That's really good value there. And yeah. So the Diamondbacks, Slade Caldwell, Valley View High School. Really good value pick here. And we'll see. Texas Rangers, we're about to find out what they're going to do at 30 here. It's Malcolm Moore. This is Hector Baseball. Okay, so all right, so FSS Plus is saying the pick is Malcolm Moore. I'm going to give them an A, but not an A+. I do think the Rangers needed a catcher, but I would have taken Loma Vida here. But at this point, you really can't bitch too much about the pick if you're a Texas Rangers fan. Malcolm Moore is a really good value pick here. We'll get the news ticker updated, and then we'll copy and paste the write-ups here. So Malcolm Moore is officially the pick. Can we type that without copying and pasting? Yeah, we did. We just did. So good shit. All right, so let's go all the way down to Texas at 30 here. We're going to take this lengthy write-up and copy and paste this lengthy write-up to the Texas Rangers. And then we're going to, I think Loma Vida is going to go 31, and we're going to end up with 8 of the top 31 picks correct. Just insane night for accuracy. So I think I've had the most accurate MLB mock each of the last 2 years, which is insane to think about. I think I had it in 2018, and then I had it again in 22 and 23. despite getting the number 1 pick wrong. I will not give myself credit for I shouldn't give myself credit for 22, but yeah, it's like Malcolm Moore is the pick. Ooh, I mistyped stolen bases. Let's go back. Let's correct that. Jonah Heim becomes a free agent. So the Malcolm Moore write-up is done. And Lucas Amador, Texas Rangers, Nike RBI, 4 seasons with Nike RBI. Yeah, so Malcolm Moore out of Stanford is the pick. So yeah, we will go over to the 31-39 page. We do not have photos up. I'm not going to apologize for that. But yeah, Diamondbacks are up at 31 now. And I will still get picks typed on the news ticker here. But we're at the point where we're ready to pivot into the sandwich portion of the first round. And we'll find out who the Diamondbacks are taking at 31. I know somebody's going to leak the pick. I don't even care at this point. I mean, top 30 is done. And their Diamondbacks are just ranting about, yeah, all I see is a Locked On Diamondbacks pick. I want to know who they're taking at 31. I do not want updates from Locked On Diamondbacks. Look, we get it. Fansided has to have all these Locked On podcasts. They have to. It's part of their brand. It's part of the Fanatics brand. I get it. That doesn't change the fact that our content is just as good, if not better. And we're not saying that Fanatics has some great writers. I know Jesse West wrote there. Jesse Lucas wrote there for a little bit. Luis Tirado ran the Jet Press. They do have some talented people at Fansided. Fansided has some very talented people. We're not the 31st pick has to be in soon. And when it is, I'll get a tweet here. Nobody's leaked the 31st pick. I don't think anybody's going to leak the 31st pick because after the top 30 picks, there's just less interest in the draft. But again, the top 30 is done. Outside of the Yankees and Brewers, I really didn't see a team that I think did horrible. Yeah, so the Brewers and the Yankees had the biggest reaches. Ryan Waldschmidt, that's actually a good pick. Ryan Waldschmidt, one of the top right fielders in the draft. I don't know if right field's a big need for the Diamondbacks, but I do like that pick. Well, source tells fan-sided. I don't know. Robert Murray. Okay, yeah, he does have a lot of insiders. He does have a lot of connections, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. Ryan Waldschmidt's a player I mocked the Dodgers at 23, so for the Diamondbacks to get him to start this sandwich portion of the first round, that's a bargain in my opinion. If that's in fact the pick. But they're going to a commercial here. I don't think Robert Murray would make that up. He doesn't seem like the type of guy that would make that up to get attention. And I don't know if the Diamondbacks need a... I'm going to go back and look at the mock draft here. Look at what we did with the Diamondbacks at 29 here. So they do need... They have Corbin Carroll at right fielder. So they're getting depth behind Corbin Carroll. It's also possible that so yeah, I do like the pick here. I'm going to give the Diamondbacks an A+. So if this is in fact true that the pick is Slade Caldwell, we'll find out shortly here. But again, I had this guy pretty high on my board, Ryan Waldschmidt. That's a good pick if that is in fact the Diamondbacks pick. So they got two really good value, two outfielders. And I'll refresh this because Robert Murray, I've never heard of Robert Murray. And it's Ryan Waldschmidt. So fan-sided had the correct intel. Okay, so the pick is in. It is it's officially Ryan Waldschmidt. That's great value for Arizona here, hitting on both first round picks at outfielder. Wow, we have 65 viewers over on X. Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. I would not be here without you. The Texas Rangers, I have no idea what the Texas Rangers are going to do at 32. They're back on the clock here. Really? We're talking about the Rangers' head-to-head record in the postseason? Guys, you just won a World Series. Have some humility. Even the Astros didn't repeat. Have some freaking humility, Rangers fans. I get it. You won the playoff series. You have bragging rights over your division rival. So they're just talking, and the Diamondbacks have had their pick in for 5 minutes. They have. Diamondbacks have had their pick in for literally 5 minutes. And yeah, I mean, for anybody tuning in, we've got top 30. Top 30's been updated. I will tweet my yeah, so a lot of viewers are looking at what we did, and but yeah, I don't know what the Texas Rangers are going to do at 32, but Ryan Waldschmidt is the pick here at. So now you have Corbin Carroll at left field, Slade Caldwell at center field, and Ryan Waldschmidt. That's your outfield for the future. That's a very good outfield for Arizona to have. I want to know who the Texas Rangers are picking at 32. And they are taking their time with these sandwich round picks. I would have to think MLB is cracked down on the... Oh, wait, the Orioles have 32, not the Rangers. What the hell am I thinking? Yeah, let's get to the Orioles here. So the Orioles have not announced who they're picking at 32. This is a prospect promotion incentive first round pick at 31. And they have another pick at 35. So the Diamondbacks are just reloading. I wonder what the Orioles are going to do at 32. MLB's probably cracked down on the leaking. Yeah. So Ryan Waldschmidt, 42 seconds ago. Waldschmidt is a great pickup for Arizona. They have their outfield of the future. I love what the Diamondbacks have done in this draft. I do. Griff O'Farrell is the number 32 pick. Okay. All right, we got something here. We'll go with he's a shortstop from Virginia, but that is officially the pick. Okay, and I don't even know if I'll even get any time to grade these picks here. But what I can do here is I can copy and paste the compensation picks on the news ticker before I get to the second round. That's what I'm going to ultimately have to end up doing. I'm going to have to copy and paste some of the compensation picks into the second round. I don't know if the Orioles need a shortstop. They have Jackson Holliday in their farm system. I have mixed feelings about this. I don't hate the pick, but if it's competition for Jackson Holliday, like what exactly do the Orioles have right now at shortstop? I'm looking at the Orioles. Orioles. What do they have? They have Jackson Holliday. They drafted Holliday number 1 overall. But they sent him back to the minors. So, and Holliday, maybe I don't know how I feel about this pick. I'm going to give the Orioles a C grade here. I have Griff O'Farrell in the second round. I'm not sure what the Orioles are thinking here. Outside of getting on base and stealing bases, he really doesn't bring much to the table. I'll give it a B. It's a second round pick. I don't hate the pick. It's a reach. It is a massive reach. And Kyle DeBarge. I've not heard of this guy. Louisiana Lafayette. Okay, I actually considered him. I think I may have had this guy in the second round. I'm double checking right now to see where I had this guy. He does have a 355 batting average. Not a bad pick here. This will be a first C grade. Yeah, so the Twins are getting a C. I don't dislike the pick, but yeah. I'll update the webpage here. I know you guys have seen. I'll give the Orioles a B grade. Twins are getting a C. What are the Brewers doing here? Because I feel like once these sandwich picks come in, sandwich picks are what really the Blake Burke. That's a player I mocked the Pirates. That is an excellent pick for the Brewers. They really only need a third baseman, but I can't blame the Brewers here. Blake Burke, one of the best distance bats in this draft class. This makes up for the DUI grade, but again, you did you did get the only DUI grade in the first round, so you know. And Blake Burke was a player that I had going in the sandwich round. I figured he would go to a team that needs a first baseman like the Pirates. I did not think he would go this early. But, the Brewers, I want to quickly look at the Brewers roster here. Who do the Brewers have at first base? They have third base is really the only weakness in the lineup, but they have two third basemen in their farm system. Rhys Hawkins, what's his contract like? Rhys Hawkins is a UFA in 2027, so I do think the Brewers got their replacement to Rhys Hawkins. This is a great pick here. The Diamondbacks are up. What are the Diamondbacks planning here? JD Dix. JD Dix was not on our board. Don't hate the pick, but I do. Whitefish, Wisconsin. Do we have a Whitefish Bay logo? Yeah, so we got to email that logo to ourselves. But yeah, it's JD Dix. I think there was an MLS goalie who went to Yale, who went to Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin. So it's not a bad pick. The Blue Dukes. I had Braylon Doughty going number 1 in the second round. Is it a reach to a degree? Yes. I don't dislike the pick, though. I mean, Braylon Doughty, I had him going very early in round 2. This is a pitcher that, he had a... Braylon Doughty, he had a 1.11 ERA in 2024, 1.42, 1.69, very consistent across the board. I think Braylon Doughty's a good pick for the Guardians at 36. They needed more pitching. I like Braylon Doughty at this spot. I would give it an A+. That's not just the fan in me. I actually like that pick. I think Doughty gives Cleveland a future starter. There may have been better options on the board, but, you never know how the rankings are going to go with these high school pitchers. Pirates have made their pick. That's officially official. Notre Dame High School is also technically Thousand Oaks. I think they're both the same school, but they're both called different schools. But, you know, regardless, maybe they are different, but like, these picks have been flying in, man. So yeah, let me get the write-up for Braylon Dowdy here. Brody Brett goes to the Rockies at 38. That's actually a good pick. So I ended up getting 6 right. Brody Brett, that's probably an A+ grade here. I mean, I had Brody Brett coming off the board at 21, so to get him at 38, that is really good value. And the Nationals, I just have to find the Notre Dame High School pitcher. He's good. I just don't know what grade I'm going to give this yet. Bryce McCage. Whitney. Levi Sterling. He went 2 and 4 as a senior. I don't hate Levi Sterling, but it is a reach here. And when you look at the Pirates, gave the Pirates a grade for Connor Griffin. I would give this an A grade, but not an A+. Sorry, Pirates fans. I don't know if the value's quite there with this pick. Caleb Lomavita to the Nationals, that's a steal for Washington. Caleb Lomavita was the #1 player available in the sandwich round, top catcher on the board. So, yeah, that might actually be a better pick than the that might be a better value pick than Seaver King at 10, if I'm being completely honest. That is just a really good value pick here. But if you're getting him as a bullpen guy, I mean, he can help you as a bullpen guy. I don't know if he's going to contribute as a starter, but if you're getting him as a bullpen guy, he can help. So, yep, you just got to get these last 2 picks up, and we know what players went where. All right, so Caleb Lomavita. And just trying to Tommy White to the Athletics. So the Athletics draft LSU third baseman Tommy White. That is really good value here. Not only do you get Nick Kurtz, you also get Tommy White. And Tommy White would be your third baseman of the future. So that is a fantastic value pick. But there's number 39. We are going to get to round 2 now. I'm a little bit behind, a few seconds behind, but basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste the entire first round of picks, the news ticker, so that we are on schedule here. So yeah. Tommy White is a bargain in round 2. The Athletics have drafted, they've showed up tonight. Tommy White and Nick Kurtz, my God, they're going to have a really good infield down the road here. And David Shields goes to the Royals, the Mount Lebanon pitcher. I don't know if he's going to sign, though. I'm not sure if he's going to sign with the Royals, but if he does, the Royals have their number 5 starter. The Royals ended up with both Caglione and Shields. The Royals are a winner in this draft. The Royals legitimately got good talent this year. I got to get the Tommy White right up here. But the Athletics and Royals are both getting A+ grades to start round 2. I mocked Tommy White to the Orioles at 22. To get him at 40 is just frickin' highway robbery. I think he's going to be the best outfield third baseman the Orioles Jared Thomas, the first baseman. He's not an outfielder. He's a first baseman. He played first base at Texas. He's a first fucking baseman. Guys, get this shit right. I'm talking about... So Tommy White's a fantastic pick here at 40 to start round 2. And Jared Thomas, the Colorado first baseman, the Texas first baseman, is going to go to the Rockies. So the Rockies are crushing this draft. I'm going to say it. The Rockies are having an amazing draft. I mean, I had Jared Thomas going to the New York Mets It is a little bit of a reach in terms of value, but he's the best first baseman on the board. So I don't blame the Rockies here. I got to get the David Shields pick up. White Sox, Caleb Bondimer. I actually, I mocked him at the end of the second round at pick 74. So yeah, that's officially the pick here. I'm going to get the David Shields write-up done. I'm going to copy and paste that right now. Orlando, Lindsey, Gillen. David Shields was the best player available for the Royals. That's just a great value pick here. Luke Dickerson goes to the Nationals at 44. Jesus. Guys, can you slow down a fucking second, please? All right, the Angels are on the clock here. I'm trying my best to get as many of these write-ups. Chris Cortez out of Texas A&M goes to the Angels at 45. No surprise there. I think at this point, my best bet is to probably just, and I'll get an A+. I'll copy the A+ and just post that. At this, because the picks are just flying in. At this point, I'm just better off going with the news ticker here. So the Angels take Cortez at 35. Yeah, but they get Jared Thomas. Jared Thomas was one of the better value picks. The Mets are on the... I mocked Jared Thomas to the Mets at 46. That is a really good value pick, though. So the Rockies have had a great draft. They got... the Rockies end up with Brody Brett at 38, and they get Jared Thomas at... I mean, I love this draft for the Rockies. Let's be real. Jonathan Santucci from Duke is the pick. That's a good pick for the Mets. Santucci, I had Santucci coming off the board at 31. So yeah, Santucci is a player I had coming off the board I had him coming off the board at 39, actually. So to get him... He had a better strikeout percentage then Hagen Smith and Trey Savage. A 64% strikeout percentage on sliders. Only players that did. So he has got one of the best sliders in the draft. That's a good pick here at 46 for the Mets. Pirates at 47. I'm going to try to get this pick in. And I've got Bonnemer as a third. Crap. I meant to copy and paste, not copy and delete. But Caleb Bonnemer, I do think Caleb Bonnemer is a shortstop here in Chicago. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm going to give the White Sox a B grade. I mean, he's good. Okay, the Pirates just made their pick here. I just want to make sure I got the pick. All right, fine. Jacob Cozart, catcher, North Carolina State. I had Cozart in the beginning of the second round. That is a great pickup. Cozart's a guy that I think can replace if you move you have Josh Naylor at first base and Bo Naylor at catcher. If you move Bo Naylor to DH, I think Cozart could take over as the starting catcher at some point down the road. So I do like the pick here. He's a Buster Posey Award finalist. So I do like the value here at 48. Now, before I get to the Pirates here, Wyatt Sanford. Okay. We just got to find Wyatt Sanford. I think I had Sanford in the middle of the second round or maybe early in the second round. I don't know. I'm looking to see where I had Sanford. Because he may have been, I had him to the Rockies in round 2. 267 batting average at NCAA at Independence High School. That's not bad value. It's not great value, but it's not bad value. That's probably the best value pick the Pirates have made. They reached at 9-37. They double up at shortstop in case. I don't hate the value. I do think it's a reach. I'll probably give the Pirates another. I probably give the Pirates another A grade. I'm not going to give them an A plus. I'm just not. I'm sure the Tigers pick is already in. Geesh, the Tigers. Guys, we didn't even get to the Tigers pick. You just skipped them. Owen Hall and Peyton Toll. Owen Hall is... Okay, Owen Hall, Edmond North High School. And Peyton Toll is the Red Sox pick. TCU. All right. These picks are flying in, man. You know what? We're going to do something different. We're just going to go to the news ticker. We're going to reload the homepage. We're just going to go with the news ticker, and then I will post grades as they come in because these picks are flying in here. And, you know, I don't want to get behind on picks. So that's what we'll do. We will, I'm looking for the player that Morris Knowles High School. I'm looking for the player here. It's possible. Theo Gillen's off the board. Lindsay's off the board. Luke Dickerson, Morris Knowles High School. That's the player I was looking for. Yeah, so Morris Knowles, that's the Nationals pick here. I can copy and paste this. I don't know if the Nationals need a shortstop. It's not bad value, but it is a little bit of a reach here. Let me see what we got here. 375, 11 doubles, 18 home runs, 6'6", 195. I do like the value here. I'll give the Nationals an A+. Nationals have had a sneaky good draft. Maybe an A grade instead of an A+. I don't want to saturate. Boston Bateman. Okay, so what the hell did the Reds do? I'm not trying to be a potty mouth, but the Reds had 51 and you blatantly skipped their pick. You blatantly did. Who the hell did the Reds pick? I had Boston Bateman going the Red Sox, but who the fuck did the Reds pick during the commercial? Yes, Tyson Lewis? Really? I'm not upset with the Tyson Lewis from Millard West. I did have him in the mock, but these picks are flying in. Nebraska Gatorade Player of the Year. That actually is a good pick. I'm not pissed at the Reds. I'm pissed that MLB Network had the audacity to make a pick during the frickin' commercial break. That's what I'm pissed about. And then Boston Bateman. Padres get Boston Bateman. That's a great value at 52. Can the Yankees make another good... Can the Yankees do something smart and not get dry cornbread? Bryce Cunningham, who had an ERA of 5. More cornbread for... George Steinbrenner is rolling over his grave. Rolling in his grave. I mean, yes, he has good velocity, but he has horrible command. His command is so bad that if Donald Trump was in the Yankees war room, he would be bitching about how bad Bryce Cunningham's command is. And security would have to get Trump out of the Yankees war room. That is how bad Bryce Cunningham's command is. I'm sorry. It's just, that is the reality. That was a reach by the Yankees. I get to give the Yankees 2 dry cornbread grades in one night. Even if they win the World Series, I'm happy about that. I have 0 complaints there. So yeah. The Cubs, their pick is in. Do we have time? No, we do not. I figured Cole Mathis. Cole Mathis is the pick for the White Sox at 54. Charleston, I'm not going to call it the College of Charleston. He's a first baseman. He's not a third baseman. He's a first baseman. You guys, you don't even watch college baseball. You basically, and it's Charleston. It's not the College of Charleston. It's Charleston. But yeah, the Cubs get a first baseman here, Cole Mathis. That's a really good value pick at 54. That's a better pick than the Yankees made. The Yankees took a pitcher with an ERA of 5. They took 2 pitchers with an ERA of 5. Okay? With their first and their second round pick. You better hit on your free agents. Otherwise, you're going to suck eventually. It's a good thing that you do have the highest payroll in baseball. Otherwise, you would be screwed. And the Mariners pick is already in. I was going to try to copy and paste the Cortez, Texas. I don't even have the luxury of doing that. That's how fast the picks are coming in. I don't even have the luxury of doing that. Ryan Sloan, I think I had him in the first round here. York High School in Illinois. Yeah, that was my number 3 high school pitcher. That is very good value. Yeah, so we'll go with that route here. I'm looking to see where I mocked Chris Cortez, because I know that's the I had Ryan Prager to the Angels very early. Okay, so we don't even have time. Carter Johnson to the Marlins at 56. Oxford High School shortstop. I think I actually mocked him to the Marlins. I could be wrong on that. I'm double checking to make sure. I did mock Carter Johnson to the Marlins. Holy crap! I got a second round pick right. So that's 7 out of 56. That means I've gotten 9% of the picks right. I seriously doubt anybody has bested that. Carter Johnson, I do like that pick, though. That's a great pickup. I actually mocked Carter Johnson, the Marlins. That's going to be one of the A-plus grades in round 2, and whenever I get around to grading that pick. So, yeah, it's just, that is a great pick. Carter Johnson, that's a great pick. But I'm looking at the Texas A&M pitcher, Chris Cortez. Wasn't even the best pitcher on Texas A&M. I think he's a bullpen guy. Cortez is a bullpen guy, and I don't know, Angels get a bullpen guy here, I guess. Angels get a bullpen guy. Give me a second here to get let me just add this right up here. I do have the pickup for the Angels here. All right, but Let me go back here and find Bryce McGage. I know. Shit. I'm falling behind now. This is not good. I had McGage going. Holy crap. I had McGage going the Brewers at 57. Unfucking real. I had 8 of the top 57. I'm sorry, but when's the last time you hit on back-to-back picks in the second round? That just doesn't happen. I'm not trying to swear. It's just like, that's really cool that I got both of those picks right. I'm proud of myself. But Emilian Petir out of Kentucky. And I had the second baseman going to the Rays in round 1. Can we fast forward here? It's a college player. I'm kind of relieved on that. Done. 58 picks here. So I'm not even going to try to look at the Mets pick because there's so many picks. The picks are flying in. It's Santucci out of Duke. Can we sneak this one in here? Can we sneak this one in here to the Mets here? Can we sneak this pick in before 59 is revealed? I'm going to try to sneak this one on the site in. Carl Steven out of Mississippi State, had him going at 73. That is a reach. Just in terms of the overall value, that's a reach. I had him going so yeah, I mean, I'm going to see how many picks. So yeah, great value here. A lot of teams making good value picks in the second round. But I'm kind of curious where Sirota is going to come off the board. Mike Sirota is still on the board. That was one of the players I was looking at. Okay, I'm not going to have time to get to 60. But yeah, we've updated Billy Amick. That is a great pickup for the Twins. Billy Amick is a player that, Tennessee player that I had going, I think I had him going in the second round. He's a third baseman on Tennessee, I believe. Yeah. I think I had him in the late first round. I don't remember where I had him, but that is a fantastic value pick for Minnesota at 60. There is a possibility Wyatt Sanford does take the NCAA route. Ethan Anderson to the Orioles at 61. Ethan Anderson's the starting catcher on Virginia. There was talks the Orioles were going to draft a catcher. Apparently, this is the guy who will have to replace Adley Rutschman if Adley Rutschman hits the market. So they do draft a catcher, but they don't draft him in the first round because they don't want to piss off Adley, push him away. That's smart. That's very smart. That's a good way of running business. Good way of keeping things in-house. So, yeah, Braves at 62. But, yeah, I'm going to try to get the Cleveland pick up here. I also want to get the Bo Naylor. What's Bo Naylor's contract looking like? Because they have Austin Hedges as well. Austin Hedges is the backup catcher. They've got a good starting catcher. So, yeah, he's not going to even hit arbitration. So, they've got Bo Naylor until 2031. What is Hedges' contract with Cleveland as the backup catcher? So, yeah, I mean, he's going to be, Bo Naylor is under contract till 2031. So, I want to make sure I have all my bases covered here. Okay, so yeah, the Braves haven't made their pick yet. They're about to make their pick. Well, how many listeners do we have? Holy cow, we have 71. Magical Duck, what teams had the best draft so far? There's a lot of winners. I think the Guardians and the Rockies are the two that stand out. Bazana, Condon, and those teams have gotten good value in round 2. Carter Holton, the Vanderbilt pitcher, had another Vanderbilt pitcher that had an ERA of above 5. I did have Carter Holton in this late first round of my draft at the beginning of the year to be fair to Vanderbilt, to be fair to what Tim Corbin and Vanderbilt's done with their program. So, and, backup catcher, I don't really have an issue with that pick. Phillies are on the clock at 63. Their pick is in. And yeah, I will put your name on the screen, Magical Duck. I think Magical Duck is an awesome username. That's why I gave you a shout out. I haven't been keeping track of the comments. Griffin Burkholder from Freedom High School in Virginia. The Phillies believe in freedom because they drafted a player from Freedom. But yeah, I'm going to get the, we have time to get this updated. Yeah, it's possible he gets traded before then. But yeah, so who the hell just went at 64? Sorry, I was updating Cleveland's pick at 48. Like, I'm trying to get the grades up here for each of the picks, not just post the picks. Ivan Luciano. Okay, so he's a catcher. That's all I know. And the Diamondbacks needed a catcher. Is he a? Can you please tell me, MLB Network, if he's a El Shadi Christian Academy? He's from Puerto Rico, so yeah, he's from Puerto Rico. The Diamondbacks needed a catcher. They know what the hell they're doing. Diamondbacks have gotten an A+ grade on all 4 picks. Diamondbacks are building something. Dylan Drayling, the left fielder out of Tennessee. He is the starting left fielder on Tennessee. I feel like Kavan, I feel like their other outfielder is better, but I don't hate this pick here. So far, I've got 48 picks graded. I will get back to the draft grades. I want to see if I have the Edmond York High School photo. I don't know if I have it or not. No, I don't. So we're going to get that handled right now. Edmond North. It might. Why does this say Edmond York? I think I did mock Owen Hall in the second. I'm double checking right now to make sure all of our bases are covered. Because that name, Owen Hall, it is a very familiar name. I want to make sure I have everything covered here. Tyler Bell is the pick. Lincoln Way East High School. So Illinois. So, 70 viewers on X. We have 1 on Twitch. Thank you. We do have a Discord. I did make a Discord for Draft Utopia. I will reveal more about that in Season 8, Season 14. So, if you guys want to learn about that, but yeah, join the group. That's going to be one of the perks you get. Chris Lenovis. Lenovis is a good player. That's a good pick for the Brewers at 67. Favre Tears, Ryan Prager, Joey Oakey, Ben Hess, Wyatt Sanford. I swear we mocked this guy, Edmond York High School. I swear we put, yeah, see, Edmond North. We just got to find the pitcher. I know we put him on the site. I don't remember where, but Blake Larson is the pick. And that's IMG Academy, I believe, at 68. That's the IMG Academy logo. So, White Sox need pitching. I have not done a lot of research on him, but IMG Academy is one of the top high schools in the country. So, you know, Twins have 69, Marlins have 70, but I'm looking for the player. Lenovis. I had Lenovis going to the Orioles. David, if you're not an intelligent person that wants to ask a sports question, I'm going to mute you. It's not even going to be a. Do you have a sports question, David, or should? Because your microphone's muted. If you have something offensive to say, I'm just gonna remove you from the chat. You have a sports question? Type it in the chat room. I will decide, because I whenever Joey or I, who's not a regular, calls into the show, it's usually trolling. So if you got a question and it's a sports question, it's a legit question, I'll answer it. If not, I'm just gonna remove you. I appreciate the insight here, though. Jermaine, but yeah. Yeah, so I can just remove people from meetings. I don't want to, but, you know, jeez. What the hell's happened here? Like, guys, who the hell went 69th? I know the picks are flying in. Desan Hill from Grapevine High School, that's a great value pick for the Twins. Marlins are up at 70. Marlins have had a sneaky good draft. Aiden May out of Oregon State's a good value pick at 70. I'll still do grade breakdowns and stuff, but I'm looking for Owen Hall. I know I mocked him. I'm not even giving you. All right, so like, guys, if you have sports questions, you can send them to me. We've gone through a bunch of times. We've gone through this where, you know, we do a draft stream, somebody trolls us, somebody decides to be an asshole, somebody decides to say the N-word, somebody decides to say something that we're just not having it. I'm not having it. I don't mind questions. If you answer questions in the chat room or you ask me about the draft, you ask me intelligent questions, I don't mind answering them, but I'm just not going to have any trolling. I'm not going to have it. So I'm not going to have it. Like, I'm just going to stand up for myself. I don't even see my name on the screen on TalkShoe. So we'll end on TalkShoe as soon as the draft ends, but we'll still be live on Restream. Because I don't know what's going on with TalkShoe right now, to be completely honest with you. I'd like to know, but, you know, the Tigers, there's 3 picks left in the second round. We'll still be on Restream. I'm going to end on TalkShoe, though, because there's some people I'm not used to communicating with on TalkShoe, and I think they're trolling me. I genuinely think they're trolling me. I know I kind of sound like a conspiracy theorist when I say that, but I genuinely believe these people are trolling me. Ethan Scheiflin. So, yeah. And I know we had a picture from Tommy White, Cash Mayfield, Dakota Jordan. Dakota Jordan's still on the board, which is crazy because you look at him.
Recording paused.
All right, Talk Shoe. I don't know why you did the recording pause thing. It's kind of irritating, but I'm used to it by now. The iPad's at 28%. Gauge jump. Gauge jump is the pick here. And I do not know why there's...
Recording started.
No, we're not starting the recording. You know what? I'm ending a Talk Shoe. Sorry, guys. If you send me pictures...
Recording paused.
I did not pause the recording. I ended the show. What the fuck? Seriously. You're not sending me... No. Yeah. I'm just leaving a 1-star review and Talk Shoe. No. Boundaries, established boundaries. But we're still on Restream, but I'm ending the draft early because people on Talk Shoe are hackling me. I'm not going to have that. We'll still grade the picks on Restream, but to be completely honest... And Ryan Johnson out of Dallas Baptist is the pick. So, yeah, we do have all of the picks updated now. We'll do some live breakdowns here. Because what I'm going to do here is... I'm also going to hit that refresh button so I can see the source code for each of the picks here. MLB Draft Results 2. So, I know Owen Hall. I don't remember where Owen Hall went. Edmond North High School. I believe we have a right. If we don't have a write-up on Owen Hall, I'm just, at this point, I'm just going to post the damn... and I believe... How about Edmond North? I don't think... Yeah, so... Just Restream is just a big success. It's been a big success for us here. So basically, I've got 49. I'm on the Red Sox at 50. There's 74 picks. You know, if I find the Owen Hall write-up in its entirety, I'll post it. I don't see it. I don't see the Owen Hall write-up, and I'm not going to worry about it right now. If I do find it, I'll post it in its entirety, and I'll edit the grade. But right now, this is getting a C grade. But there's a lot of good players available in round 3 tomorrow. I think Dax Whitney, who I mocked the Yankees at 26, might be the best value pick just in terms of overall value. I'm going to give the Red Sox a B for Peyton Toll unless maybe I like the Peyton Toll pick for Boston. Boston's another team that's had a sneaky good draft. They needed pitching in the worst way possible. I think this is a little early for Peyton Toll, but at the same token, I don't really have an issue with the pick either. Boston needs starting pitching in the worst way possible. Yeah, so the Reds at 51. Who the hell do the Reds get? Yeah, there's still some picks I got to post. Tyson Lewis, Millard West High School in New England. I believe I have him going somewhere in the second. I don't know where. But Millard West, I believe that's a player I mocked. But I had the Rays and Brewers picks correct. Well, no, I didn't have Luke Dickerson went before that, but I did have the Marlins picks correct. Okay, Tyson Lewis I had going to Seattle, and he ends up going a little bit earlier than that to Cincinnati. The Reds have Ellie De La Cruz, though. Is it possible Lewis converts to second base? I'm going to give the Reds a C because I think the Reds did. I don't hate I hate the value. I had the Mariners taking this guy. I do think it's a little bit early, though. So we're going to give them a B here. I don't hate the pick. I hate the value. They have Ellie De La Cruz until 2030. So you're basically drafting a utility player here. So the Reds get the player. I mocked them at 51. Padres. What would the Padres do here? What the Padres do? Because I think the Padres went with Boston Bateman, Camarillo. I mocked Boston Bateman to the Red Sox. So that's kind of a steal in terms of value. I'm going to give the Padres a second A+ grade. They got another good pitcher. They got 2 high school pitchers, both really good value picks. The Padres. So the Yankees take. So 52 picks. We got 22 write-ups left. Bryce Cunningham had an ERA of. The Yankees drafted 2 pitchers with an ERA above 5. So they're getting cornbread. They're getting dry cornbread. I'm happy about that. I am very happy. I get to give George Steinbrenner's team dry cornbread. That's the thing. Cubs at 54. What did the Cubs do here? All right. Cole Mathis from Charleston's a good pickup. I think he's a future first baseman. I will give the Cubs. I actually like this pick a lot. I'm going to give the Cubs a B grade because this was a guy with a third round grade, but, you know, Cole Mathis, versatility as both a batter and pitcher. I'm going to give the Cubs a B grade here at 54. So 20 picks left, and Ryan Sloan, I think I had him at 20. I'm double checking here. Ryan Sloan may have been the steal of round 2. The Mariners can sign Ryan Sloan because, I mean, my number 2 high school pitcher was William Schmidt out of Catholic High School. He's still on the board heading into tomorrow. William Schmidt. I've got to think William Schmidt's going to take the college route. I mean, William Schmidt did not get picked. I would imagine he's going to college. I got 8 of the top 56 picks correct. And whether you like it or not, that is impressive. No, because I had 6 in the first round, and then I got 56 and 57 correct. So the Mariners got a steal at the Mariners got a player in the second round that I actually had graded higher than I had Ryan Sloan graded ahead of now the only question is, can they sign him? So not only do you have a potential number 4, number 5 starter for 2027, you also have guys that, if Logan So the Marlins get I mocked Carter Johnson of the Marlins at this spot. So I ended up getting 8 picks right. That is the most I've gotten correct in my history of doing this. But yeah, right now the Mets have the last wild card, but you have the Diamondbacks, you have the Padres, you have the Pirates creeping into the picture now. But yeah. So I've got the Marlins and Brewers going that route. So yeah, 8 of the top 57 picks. Solid pick. Yeah, so what do we got? I know we might call Steven in the back end of the second round to Toronto. I had called Steven coming off the board at 72. I'll give Toronto a B grade here. I don't love the pick, but I don't hate it either. So we're still live on Restream. I'm getting wow, holy crap, 74 viewers. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. It's like most shows, even after the draft's over, the viewership goes down. Here, the viewership's going up, and people still care. Look at Minnesota. I don't even remember what Minnesota did. Billy Amick, yeah, I was a big fan of Billy Amick. I had him going. I think I had him going in the sandwich round, and if I had him going earlier than that, I don't remember if I had Billy Amick going in the sandwich round. I think I did. Let me double check something here. David Shields. I had Blake Burke going to the Pirates. I swear I had Billy Amick coming off the board very early in round 2. No, I had Billy Amick going to the Astros at 28. That's right. I had Billy Amick. So that's a steal for the Twins at that spot. Because I had Billy Amick going. The only player, there's a William Schmidt from Catholic High School in Louisiana still on the board. That's really the only, and I'm starting to wonder if he's going to go the NCAA route. Because he didn't get picked in the first or second round. He was the consensus number 2 pitcher on the board here. But the Twins have 2 third basemen. Like, what exactly are the Twins going to do? They've drafted 2 third basemen that are good. Not one. They draft. I swear they got Kalen Culpepper at 21, and then they draft another third baseman here. So, like, guys, what are you doing? Yeah, so Billy Amick to the Twins at 60. I am tech. What do the Orioles do at 31, 32? They got Griffo, Farrell, Ethan Anderson. He's only got 1 year of experience at catcher. The Orioles, let's see what the Braves did at 62. Carter Holton. I'm going to give the Braves a C plus here because Carter Holton was actually a preseason. I don't think I've handed out a C plus yet, so I'm going to do that right now. Yeah, I do like Carter Holton. I think he's going to the Braves. He's going to be a decent bullpen option. I'm not going to say anything bad about Freedom High School. I'm not sure. Griffin Burkholder, I do need to do some research on him. I am starting to get hungry. I need to look at Burkholder. What position did he play? I'm double checking to see if we have anything for Freedom High School. Because this is the 63rd pick. No, we don't. We do not have anything. I'm not going to say anything bad about Freedom High School, but Freedom High School. Yeah, so Are they re-airing the MLB draft? I mean, guys, I get it. No, they're not re-airing it. They're just the draft's over. They're still at the MLB draft breaking things down. I'm not going to say anything bad about Freedom High School because I'm a First Amendment absolutist. I know. I am, so... I think the Phillies had a good draft pick here at 63. Yeah, so just got to get these last 11 picks. Now 10. After this, it'll be 10. Ivan Luciano, this is a guy from Puerto Rico. This is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. Not a major pain in the ass, but it's going to be somewhat of a pain in the ass. I might get something to eat here pretty soon. Yeah, Weatherholt was the player. First-year managers Vaught and Pat Murphy have their teams in first place heading into the break. We're just waiting on the. I am going to get a snack. I'm going to get a Gatorade. I'm going to get a snack. I am. I'm going to get a snack here because I'm not tired yet, but like I got to rehydrate. I'm going to get a Gatorade. I'm going to get some mixed nuts. Only because like here we go. All right, good. I don't have to like do much. Oh, man. This is kind of exhausting. All right. I'll put the food up and just there we go. I'm gonna get a sip of Gatorade. All right, we're ready to go. Just gotta crop the photo size. Give me like give me a little bit. I mean, I know I try to avoid eating on the podcast, but it's like I'm just starving. I had to get something in my system. I had to get something, even if it's just like a small meal or whatever. But yeah, all right, let's I'm not even sure this will fit the damn screen. I'm not even sure this will fit the damn screen. It's just so, yeah. Wow. All right. I really don't have anything else to say about the pick. It's not that I haven't done my research. Maybe it is. I don't know, but yeah. Wow, you guys are amazing. 74 viewers on X. Like my numbers just keep going up. You guys are amazing. I cannot continue to emphasize that. The Rangers, I've got to get this pick up. So 10 more picks and I'm done. And, you know, I like the value here. Nine picks left, guys. I appreciate the patience. The Rays, 66. Lincoln Way East High School. I don't think we have a logo for them. I gotta get tissue. Freaking nose is running like mother. But yeah, we got 9 picks left. Damn it. Please be the logo I need. I'm hungry, like, in the logo, it's like... All right, we got a logo, good. All right, so Perfect. Lincoln Way East High School. There we go. Yeah, I use .gifs. I do not use .jpeg. I use .gifs. It's just easier. And then I go 150 by 100. Tyler Bell. I get doubling up, though. $67. Chris Lenovis from Christian Brothers Academy. That is a good value pick for the Brewers. I had him going. I had him going to the Orioles in the second round. That's good value. Lenovis a really good value pick for I would give that an A+. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure if that's an A. I'm going to see if A+ fits. If it doesn't, we'll go with an A grade. That barely fits, but, you know, after I gave the Brewers a DUI grade, that lit a fire under their ass, you know. So 7 picks left. What do the White Sox do at 68? Blake Larson from IMG Academy. I'm just going to list IMG Academy. IMG Academy is its own brand. I don't need to. It's in Florida. It's in its own brand. I think we're at the point where everybody knows what IMG Academy is. It's a reach. I don't hate the pick, but it is a reach. Twins at 69. What did they do? And I may have to list IMG Academy High School. Yeah. Hold on. Let me So Twins, they're going to go with Desan Hill out of Grapevine High School in Texas. This is a player that I had pretty high on my board. Yeah, I had him going to the Yankees. So this is a bargain for where the Twins are getting him. I really do like what the Twins did early in the draft. The Twins have gotten great value with their picks. Like, that's what's really impressed me the most about their draft is even though they've reached for needs, they've also gotten really good value with some of their picks. Yeah, I would have bought the MLB draft guide, but I'm also trying to be more responsible with my money. If it's still on MLB by next year, I'll buy it. If it's still on Magster by the end of next year, I'll buy it. I'm very happy with the Guardians draft personally, so I'm in a great mood. What do the Marlins have at 70? Aiden May, that is a good pick. Aiden May is a player I mocked. I don't remember where I mocked him. I had Aiden May going to the Twins at 69. The Marlins take him at 70. That's a sneaky good pick by the Marlins. I do like the Aiden May pick. Zana. But yeah, Oregon State, Aiden May went to the Marlins at 70. Those are both fantastic value picks. You should be stoked about that. But yeah, final 3 picks here. Final 4 picks, actually. Luke Holman, LSU pitcher. I mocked Luke Holman at 38. He ends up coming off the board at 71. Really good value for the Reds here. This might be their best value pick, because I thought the Reds reached in this draft multiple times. But Luke Holman, and they got Gage Jump in the 3rd round. 2nd round at 74. So either way, that's good. That's really good value. This may have been my favorite grade in terms of overall value. And the Tigers end up with a pitcher on Corona High School in California. Honestly, I thought the Tigers reached on a lot of picks. But I think we have Corona High School. Yeah, we do. So we're just gonna post this logo and get on with it. All right, so Tigers at 72. Yeah, so 71, Luke Holman, and then the Tigers took Ethan Shine, and then we got Gage Jump is 73, and who the hell went 74? Ryan Johnson. So we have 2 college pitchers. That's great. We just have to copy and paste the college pitchers, and I am gonna do both of those write-ups right now because I just want to get this out of the way. I'm sorry if that offends our audience, but I want to get this. I want to knock this out right now. But yeah, Gage Jump to the Athletics at 73. These are probably both going to be A-plus picks. I love the Gage Jump pick for the Athletics. They need pitching. I also love the pick at 74 by the Angels to draft the Dallas Baptist pitcher Ryan Johnson, who I had going 49th overall. So I love both of those picks in terms of value. So both the Athletics and the Angels are going to get an A+ from me for that. Because the value at both of these spots is excellent value. The Athletics had a good draft. Like, I'm pleasantly surprised with how good they drafted. They got Gage Jump. Gage Jump, too. I mean, Gage Jump was a bargain. So, who does Smith get? Hagen Smith went to the White Sox. So, yeah. AL Central is going to be a tougher division. All right. Let's. Yes, so perfect. One more breaking line, and I'm done with 2024 drafts. Boom. Yeah, and we're just getting the last picks up. Yeah, I know we're kind of rushing things, but we are doing our best to get everything updated. I love the Gage Jump pick. I thought the Athletics had a good draft. The Angels had some good picks. So yeah, thank you guys so much. We will be back for the season finale this Saturday. We will be ranking draft classes. Joey and I will be ranking draft classes. I can post a screen share of my mock drafts, all this other stuff. But yeah. And then Sunday, you cannot call Kyle Laren a bust. Kyle Laren had amazing numbers his first 3 years in the MLS. And I think you could make the same argument for Winston too. But the only difference is Kyle Laren got an opportunity to play overseas in Europe, and Winston didn't. Winston, as a soccer player, he got that and he took it. Whereas if he had just stayed in the States, I think Orlando might have an MLS Cup with all the guys they have. Daryl Dike, Duncan McGuire now. They do know how to find strikers. I'll give them credit in that respect. But yeah, thank you guys so much. This was a lot of fun. But we'll be ranking the draft classes from 2015 to 2024, weakest to strongest, this Saturday. And the debate on whether Connor Bedard, Victor Wembanyama, or Paul Skeens, the debate on which pitchers had the best rookie year, Joey and I will settle that debate this Saturday. So thank you guys so much. I'm going to go relax. I busted my ass. I got all the draft grades up, all the content up. I'm done with the draft for this year. I'm done. It's on to 2025, but we'll have one more podcast on Saturday, and then it's a 2-week vacation. And Go Caps 21, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mocked Trey Savage to the Nationals, Go Caps. I mocked Trey Savage. You ended up with Seaver King. And look, I thought the Seaver King pick was a great pick at number 10. I had Seaver King in January. I had Trey Savage in my final mock. But yeah, that will do it, guys. 5 hours and 25 minutes. I'll have a playlist of all the 2024 drafts. That'll be up as well later this week. So yeah, I'm Chris Ransom. I'll see you guys in the 2025 draft cycle. Enjoy.